CDL. Vaccine vouchers can be used at any Walgreens, Kroger brand stores, the Little Clinics, Sam's Club, and Walmart. A copy of your Class A CDL is required with your voucher to receive your vaccine. Go to truckersfund.org under the Health and Wellness tab to get your voucher. Sponsored by St. Christopher's Relief Fund.
Good morning. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Stick around for the forecast. Stefano's got that coming up right after the news. President Trump is back in Washington this morning, returning from Mar-a-Lago overnight. And in New York City today, captured Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro and his wife will appear in a courtroom. They spent the weekend in the notorious Brooklyn jail that housed other high-profile inmates like El Chapo and Sean Diddy Combs.
U.S. prosecutors claim Maduro was at the forefront of narco-terrorism conspiracy to transport thousands of tons of cocaine into the U.S., sold Venezuelan diplomatic passports to individuals he knew were drug traffickers, seeking to move drug proceeds using private planes under diplomatic cover, and that he and his wife maintained state-sponsored gangs and ordered kidnappings, beatings, and murders against those who owed them drug money or undermined their operation.
That's ABC's Lionel Moise. Metro Nashville police trying to figure out who fired a gun outside a South Nashville nightclub early Sunday morning. It ended up killing a passerby.
Police say the 33-year-old David Valentine Jr. had just finished up a DoorDash delivery and was leaving the area where he dropped off the order. A passenger in Valentine's car heard the shots, and when she looked over at Valentine, realized he had been hit and was able to safely pull the car over. Metro police say Valentine was taken to the hospital where he later died from his injuries.
Crime Stoppers is offering a $5,000 reward for information about who fired that shot. In France, 10 people have been found guilty of cyberbullying France's First Lady, Brigitte Macron. Now, those convicted will have to do anything from attend cyberbullying awareness training to being sentenced to an 8-month suspended prison sentence. Now, the court said the defendants spread malicious lies that Brigitte Macron was a man. The Macrons have also filed a defamation lawsuit against Candace Owens over her claims that Brigitte is a man. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
2026 starts a new era at Berkshire Hathaway as the Oracle of Omaha takes a backseat to a new CEO. Warren Buffett's successor, Greg Abel, is leading the conglomerate now. He's the company's first new leader since the Johnson administration. Some of the tariff hikes that President Trump claimed would go into effect by the start of 2026 have been delayed. Furniture, cabinets, and bathroom vanity tariffs were expected to rise from 25 to 50% January 1st, but that's been delayed by a year. The U.S. had proposed a whopping 92% increase on 12 Italian pasta makers. Italy now says that's been lowered to 2 to 14%. The famous Telluride ski resort in Colorado now in day 8 of its shutdown due to ski patrollers walking off the job. The resort announcing contingency workers will cross picket lines for a limited opening on Monday. Dave Packer, ABC News.
And that is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got an accident on the westbound side of 40 this morning at 28th Avenue. Looks like that's not a very serious crash, not really causing any delays. 24 looks great so far, 65 running delay-free. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you and welcome on in to Monday, January 5th. Hope you're doing well. Joan, this is great. We've got like two big stories today.
Huge. This has been the most lovely news time in my life.
It has. Now, I don't know what is more pleasing to report. You know, Maduro going down, clearly a big story. Mm-hmm. Or the fact that it looks like Governor Tim Walz is going to be dropping out of his reelection bid.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? The bad guys lose in the end. Can we just say that? The bad guys lose in the end.
They do. They do.
Because they end up in hell.
That's exactly right. So real quick, so the Tim Walz thing is more breaking news than the Maduro thing, but although I've got all of the Maduro stuff you'll ever want to know, trust me. By the way, it's great to be back on Nashville's Morning News.
Yeah, welcome back,
been, Dan. Forever since I feel like I've been back on my morning show. So
Sam and I have been sitting around waiting for you to return to us.
Oh, I'm sure that you have. I'm sure that you have. No, it is nice to be back. Okay, that's kind of silly, but okay, very good. Was that Sam or was that Joan?
Oh, that was Sam, totally.
Was that Sam? Okay, very good. I figured it was Sam with the goofy, corny sound effects. Hey, look, I'm back. Anyway, real quick. So it does look like, is it 11 o'clock our time, Joan, that we are going to hear from Governor Tim Walz?
I think it is 11 o'clock our time.
And, you know, my favorite, and Sam, you quoted it this morning. We all know what Governor Tim Walz, what his favorite proclamation was a while ago.
White men need to take accountability for their actions.
Remember that, Joan, when he said white men need to take accountability for their actions? Mm-hmm. Well, you know what, Tim, you shanked the governorship and you proved yourself as corrupt as everyone thought you were. So now you're going bye-bye. So Tim Walz, and it's funny because the press release said that he was going to talk about the news of the day, but everybody is reporting that he's about to step down. But here's the thing. Here's my question. If you did nothing wrong, I would say to Tim Walz, if you did nothing wrong, like you've been telling people for the past many months since we found out about this Somali fraud, well, then why is it that you're stepping down if you did nothing wrong? So anyway, that is a big story today. We have, of course, Maduro being perp-walked. Now, Joan, you and I were trying to figure out real quickly, and Fox News has the video of him being slowly perp-walked. What is that on his head?
That's what I asked. I thought maybe it's like a tarnished Burger King crown.
You know what it looks like? And I wish I had the picture. Sam, see if you can find the picture of him or the video of him being perp-walked. It looks like a little bear cub cap. It looks like something you would put on like a 5-year-old and it's got little bear cub ears.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably not what it is, but I mean, I find it really interesting that he had not one, not two, but it looks like he had 3 wardrobe changes since they grabbed him out of his fortress there in Venezuela, because they have him in like all kinds of different outfits. Every time I see him, he's wearing something different. But big news, Maduro and his wife, of course. And now I don't know what's funnier, Joan, watching the leftists who are complaining that Donald Trump took out Maduro while millions of people are dancing in the streets of Venezuela. You know what I mean? And the people who fled to America, you know, you have a lot of Venezuelans in like Cuba, I should say, in Florida, and all the Venezuelans in Florida are thrilled that this happened.
All over Latin America, they're celebrating, dancing in the streets. I mean, honestly.
Yes. I mean, it's the craziest thing. So, I mean, I get that there's going to be, here's my official talk show host position on all of this. I believe that this is going to be a success, you know, trying to convert Venezuela into an oil-producing machine for everyone's benefit.
Yeah.
but we won't know for, years to come how successful or disastrous this is going to be. So I have some cautious optimism that this is going to be done correctly. There's a lot of differences between, what is going on in Venezuela and what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan. This is right in our own backyard, which is one of the big topic points of conversation that I've got. So let's just go ahead and start with the content portion of the radio program, shall we? It is 5:10, Nashville's Morning News. So last night, President Trump, I don't know if you saw this, President Trump was on Air Force One, and he is being asked about a lot of things, including, by the way, what's next for Cuba. We'll get into that. But he talked about what all of this meant for the world.
It's about peace on earth.
How is it peace on earth?
Peace on earth. We got to have peace. It's our hemisphere. The Monroe Doctrine was very important when it was done, and other presidents, a lot of them, they lost sight of it. I didn't lose sight. But it really is, it's peace on earth.
All right, so I get the president is going to say it's about peace on earth. To be honest with you, I'm trying not to roll my eyes. It is about peace on earth, but it is also about oil. We have federal charges against Maduro dating back to 2020 related to cocaine, narco-terrorism, trafficking, ties to designated terrorist organizations and cartels. Remember that President Trump, he's been setting this stage for quite some time. President Trump designated the drug cartels in Venezuela as terrorist organizations. You have, of course, you've got Tren de Aragua, you've got Cartel de las Solas, I believe that's how you say it, both designated back in November. And so that gave Donald Trump more authority to do what he did. You heard him mention, by the way, and you're going to hear this a lot, the Monroe Doctrine in sound bites. That goes back to 1823, and it basically is a policy to not allow European nations to expand their influences in the Western Hemisphere. That was expanded in 1904 by Teddy Roosevelt, where the U.S. would now intervene in Latin America if the leaders, and this is important, if the leaders of these individual countries were up to no good. If they couldn't manage their own affairs, we were going to jump in. They called that the Roosevelt Corollary. That meant that we could act as sort of an international police power. Bottom line on all of this, because I don't want to get mired down in all of that policy stuff, the bottom line on all this is the Western Hemisphere is ours. It is America's. It is the United States of America's. And if some of these Latin American countries are going to invite our enemies into our backyard, like China, who was there literally when all of this went down, and start messing with our country, then we're going to take you down. And I don't have a problem with that. I know that there's going to probably be some hand-wringing at some point on this station, but it's not going to be 5 to 9. I'm going to tell you that right now. Because now apparently we have the Trump corollary. Now, Maduro has destroyed Venezuela. That's part of this conversation. He has been partnering and working with Russia. He's been working with China. He's been working with Iran. Our enemies, all three, our enemies. Venezuela is clearly a socialist mess. And so for President Trump, he's looking at Venezuela, the amount of oil. I'm going to get into the amount of oil that Venezuela has. Oh, my goodness gracious. Like the amount of oil that Venezuela has, it's more than our GDP. I mean, that's how much oil Venezuela has. And clearly, under Maduro, they were underperforming, to say the least, on their oil production. So we're going to get to that and a whole lot more straight ahead, 5:15. By the way, Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, and 5:15. Jones got the traffic on WTN.
Yeah. So it looks really quiet again this morning. Nice start as we wrap up the holidays here and get back to school and on the roadways. Things are looking really good on 24, 40, and on 65 so far this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Plenty of sun today and a high of 61. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So we've talked about the Monroe Doctrine. Now, I guess they're calling, am I saying this right, Joan and Sam? The Monroe Doctrine?
Monroe.
Monroe Doctrine?
Yeah.
Monroe Doctrine? Okay.
Yeah.
So, pure Trump. I mean, that is Trump to its core. This is the president talking about the Monroe Doctrine.
All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries, and not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines, and the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Monroe document. I don't know. It's
this man, he has got to put his name on everything.
Monroe Doctrine.
So that is President Trump talking about the Monroe Doctrine. Used to be called the Monroe Doctrine, and now he has expanded it big time. And I do understand what the reasoning behind this. You're talking about Venezuela. Obviously, everybody knows that they've been sending drugs our way for a long time. We've been blowing up their drug boats. We've been absconding with some of their ships that were trying to sell and trying to transport sanctioned oil. So this is something that needed to happen, honestly, for Venezuela's own good. And we are seeing millions of people across Latin America out in celebration, because what this ultimately means is that Venezuela, obviously, number one, out of the clutches of a dictator, that's number one. But number two, this means that the people of Venezuela, they may be able to go work. They'll be able to buy things at a grocery store. They'll be able to function as a country. Because right now, as you know, Venezuela, I mean, if you've been listening to, talk radio and you've been paying attention to what's going on there, I mean, it is, as I said before, it is a mess, absolute mess. And so you've got a dictator who has just, and by the way, he lost the election a couple of years ago. And so he's been basically staying in power, even though the rest of the world understands that he did lose that election and he just wouldn't leave. That's all part of the sanctions that Joe Biden had placed on him. But here's the thing, is that the sanctions were not nearly strong enough. We'll get into that as well. Marco Rubio, of course, Secretary of State, has been talking about this.
We are not going to be able to allow in our hemisphere a country that becomes a crossroads for the activities of all of our adversaries around the world. We just can't allow it. We can't have a country where the people in charge of its military and in charge of its police department are openly cooperating with drug trafficking organizations.
Right.
We're not going to allow that. These things are direct threats to the United States, and we intend to use every element of leverage that we have to ensure that that changes.
I mean, listen, there's a lot of things about this strike that were amazing as far as the timing goes. As I said previous, China was actually there to meet with Maduro the very next day. So they were probably, if you think about this, they were probably waiting at their hotel for the meeting the next day when they saw the military strike happen. I love that. Right now, Iran is in total chaos. The people of Iran are rebelling. They're protesting in the streets against their government. So this doesn't help Iran at all. And again, remember that Venezuela, they have been selling oil to China. They've been partnering with Iran. They've been partnering with Russia as well. And so that's what Trump means. That's what Marco Rubio means. When you're inviting our enemies into our backyard, well, we've got a problem with that. Now, the ultimate question is this for the oil? I mean, I'm going to say yes. But I'm not saying that as far as a negative goes. I understand what we're trying to do. You can say, I know that there's going to be all these people, oh, no blood for oil, no blood for oil. First of all, if we can get Venezuela to be a more productive country where it is not a crime-ridden, drug-ridden, socialist mess, then that's better for everybody. And by the way, here's the other thing. We had the Iran strike, right, where we took out their capabilities, their military capabilities. So we had that strike. That was an incredible strike. Now, the mission to capture Maduro was also flawless. You don't think that, especially after the absolute train wreck that was Joe Biden and the pullout of Afghanistan, this has been far as the first year of Donald Trump's administration, it has been one for the ages militarily. It is incredible. So we've got a lot more to report. It is 5:20, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And Joan's got the news at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, and there are other countries that President Trump is issuing warnings to, similar style to what happened in Venezuela. We've got that story coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Long period of time.
525, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Good morning. And it's Nashville's Morning News. Hey, coming up at 5:35, Joan, I know that you are going to particularly love what I have planned for 5:35.
Oh, I can't wait.
Number one, we're going to, as millions are taking to the streets in celebration, I'm going to play some of the left as they were actually getting, believe it or not, eviscerated on some of the Sunday shows because of their hypocrisy. Because you have some of these folks, and I forget exactly who I have lined up, but one of them is Tim Kaine. And so, believe it or not, some of the Sunday morning news anchors are calling them out. It's like, look, you're calling out Trump on social media and here on the show, yet, you were calling out Trump back in 2020 when Maduro was still in power and Trump didn't take him out then. And also, let's not forget that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris had a $25 million, basically a bounty on the head of Maduro. And so now you got Kamala Harris out there and she's criticizing Donald Trump for arresting Maduro, even though she was part of the administration that wanted a $25 million bounty on his head or leading to his arrest. So the hypocrisy, it is just so incredibly... I don't even get mad anymore. I just think it's funny. Anyway, so President Trump talking about what is going on with the oil and, all the people, again, as I said in the previous segment, all these people are going to start, no blood for oil. And, literally, it is about the oil, among other things.
As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping.
See, that's the point. Maduro, as a, socialist and a strong man and all of these other things, he was horribly incompetent. Venezuela has something like 300 billion barrels in the ground. They're saying it is the largest reserves of oil in the world, but they only produce like 1% of global production. It could be a lot more than that. So basically, Donald Trump, what he's saying is, yeah, it's about the oil. We're going to go in with our oil companies. We're going to repair their infrastructure, and we're going to start pumping lots of oil. And you know what? Yeah, we're going to sell it. And we're going to make Venezuela great again, is what the president says.
And what could have taken place? We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if this partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish.
Yeah, I mean, look at what our oil companies will be able to do and look what they will be able to accomplish. Now, right now, from what I understand, Chevron is heavily involved here. They are the only American oil company right now still in Venezuela. So this is going to be a huge investment for our oil companies to get involved. But they need to go in there. They need to make the investments necessary to start producing. So they've got to go in, as you just heard President Trump say, and they've got to fix the oil infrastructure. But then essentially the people, the millions of people that are celebrating across Latin America, and especially the people in Venezuela, they're looking at this as an opportunity for them to actually start to be able to earn a living, work, have food in the grocery stores, because Trump is saying this is going to go to the people of Venezuela. It's going to go to the oil companies so that they can get their investments back. And it's going to, I guess what the president is saying, and Marco Rubio said it too, is that there's people that are here in America who had to flee Venezuela, who lost everything. And those people apparently may get paid back as well. So there's a lot here. It is 5:30. Jones got the news right now on WTN.
the money you need.
Good morning. It is now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We have near freezing temperatures this morning with a warm-up just ahead. Stick around for the forecast coming up right after the news. A Monroe County man has been arrested after a weeks-long investigation led to the discovery of a drug operation in his home.
Danny Ray Russell was arrested after deputies found 118 pounds of marijuana and an AR-15 style rifle while searching his home on Acresville Road.
That's WSMV4's Danielle Ledbetter. That man is facing a host of charges. Jury selection begins this morning in the criminal trial of a former Uvalde Schools police officer accused of putting dozens of children in danger by failing to respond to that shooting at Robb Elementary School in 2022.
Nearly 4 years after a gunman killed 19 students and 2 teachers in a Texas elementary school, a jury is set to decide whether a police officer should be held criminally responsible in connection with the tragedy. Prosecutors allege that Adrian Gonzalez, one of the first of nearly 400 officers to respond to the rampage, failed to engage the shooter despite knowing his location, having time to respond, and being trained to handle active shooters. Gonzalez's lawyers argue he's being scapegoated for a broader failure by law enforcement. From Corpus Christi, Texas, Peter Haralambous, ABC News.
Former Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro and his wife have a court appearance scheduled for today. But they're not the only leaders who President Trump is eyeing up.
Trump last night issuing stark warnings to other countries.
Colombia is very sick, too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States. And he's not going to be doing it very long, let me tell you.
And Mexico.
Mexico has to get their act together.
The president was also asked about Cuba, where the economy has been supported by Venezuela for decades.
Cuba looks like it's ready to fall.
Many there now fear the U.S. could take military action in Cuba as well.
That is ABC's Lionel Moyes. Stock futures are all pointing up this morning. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather for you just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. No problems this morning on 24 westbound heading into Nashville. Looks like 40 is relatively cleared too. However, we're just witnessing here that there's a wrecker on the scene on eastbound 40. It's in the just before I-65 West. It's the West Loop in that area. Wrecker on the scene of a crash that takes out the left lane in that area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, and welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News. Can I just say how nice it is to be back amongst Joan and Sam?
Aw.
I have missed you two immensely. I've missed the WTN audience immensely. I haven't been on this station since what was it, like Christmas Eve?
Yeah,
I think it was.
Yeah.
So it's been a while, so... You know, what did I do on my Christmas break? A lot of fill-in. I was on Red Eye Radio. I filled in for Eric Erickson. He's got a network, too. And I did one local show. Joan, one local show. I was on two networks and one local show. The mighty WSB in Atlanta. That was a bucket list. You know, I'm such a radio nerd. This is how much I still love radio, is that I have bucket list radio stations that I want to do fill-in on. It's not about the money. It's about, you know, being able to do a show on some of these stations that I've long admired as a radio nerd. And WSB is one of those, Joan.
Yeah.
So, and I didn't shake it either. That was the important part. I didn't screw up. I just came really close, but I didn't screw up. I almost said Nashville's Morning News on WSB one time, but I didn't.
Those are those kind of things you have to put on little cards in front of yourself so you don't screw up.
You know what? I could be completely surrounded by cards and I'd still shank. All right. So real quick, did you have a nice Christmas?
We did. We had a super nice Christmas and New Year's. And actually, my kids are coming in town, the ones that still live in Maryland. They're in town at the end of the week. And so we get to hang out all weekend long, which is really nice.
Nice. And how about you, Sam?
It was wonderful. Santa spoiled me. And then New Year's Eve was just magical. Just me and the missus decompressing from all the running around and kowtowing to family members.
Man, my New Year's Eve was off the hook.
You did nothing.
Nope. Went to bed at like 10 o'clock.
I think I might have made it till about 10. Yep.
Exactly. All right, real quick. Sam got this really cool thing, and then we're going to get into some funny stuff with Democrats. Sam got this thing, and it is called President Predicto. So why don't you describe what this is, and then we're going to ask President Predicto, i.e. Donald Trump, a question about our futures, and we'll... And we'll see what President Trump has to say about our futures. But what is this thing?
So we do a Dirty Santa in my family, and my brother grabbed that, and then because it was attached to lottery tickets, so he then gave me the orb, which is like a magic 8-ball, except you rub it, and Donald Trump will answer your yes or no question in one of 25 ways.
All right, so I'm going to go first. Will I still be with WTN on this date in 2027?
Yes.
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 All right.
Wow.
All right. So, Joan, what's your question real quick?
I think I need to ask the same thing. Will I still be with this radio station at this date next year?
I would say maybe.
Okay. Well, thanks, Don.
Maybe.
Maybe.
All right, real quick, Sam.
Will I be done growing this year?
Well, you got to be more specific. You talk about height, you're talking about, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Cupcakes.
Physically.
Physically. Here we go.
Not even a little bit. Not even 1%.
Wow. You're gonna be a big boy, Sam.
Yeah.
All right, you want to hear the Democrats as they try and call. One of the things I liked about the whole Maduro thing is that There's a big headline. You'll love this. There's a big headline where Republicans are calling out Donald Trump, right? You know who they quote? Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Of course they do.
Come on.
It's like asking Adam Kinzinger if January 6th happened.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. So you've got Hakeem Jeffries is on with Kirsten Welker. And like I said in the open, so you've got the anchors of the Sunday morning shows, and they're actually calling out the Democrats for their hypocrisy. This is Kirsten Welker with Hakeem Jeffries, and he doesn't really recover very well. Listen to this.
They have to start with the capture and indictment of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. You have called him a, quote, criminal and authoritarian dictator who has oppressed the people of Venezuela for years. Is Venezuela better off without Nicolas Maduro in power?
Well, he's a bad guy, of course, and he's going to stand trial in an American court of law at this particular point in time. It remains to be seen whether the people of Venezuela are going to be better off. Donald Trump claims that he's going to run Venezuela. He's done a terrible job running the United States of America.
You see the pivot? You see, like he, it's like you look for that pivot point, and then you pivot to the criticism of Donald Trump, which, seems to me, obviously, Hakeem Jeffries is deflecting.
Life hasn't gotten better for the American people over the last year. Life has gotten worse. He promised to lower the high cost of living. Costs haven't gone down. They've gone up. The healthcare system is broken. Donald Trump refuses to do anything about it to address the Republican healthcare crisis. So the notion that he's going to run Venezuela and make life better for the Venezuelan people, of course, is belied by the facts as to what he's done as president here in the United States of America.
What chump. So, obviously, Donald Trump has made our streets safer. Crime is down big time. The economy is getting better. I don't know what else to tell you. The economy is getting better. There's still work to be done, but the economy is getting better. Prices are going down. Inflation is going down. Gas prices continue to go down, and what we're doing in Venezuela is going to certainly help that. Trump obviously has stopped wars and conflicts, and I think the mission to grab Maduro and the Iranian attack were both incredible feats of military strength. Remember, it's all about showing strength, peace through strength. So it does seem to me like Hakeem is just, spewing the company line. Here's another one. Senator Tim Kaine. And again, remember, as all of this is going on, you have the Democrats, as you've got all these people that are in the streets of Venezuela and also really across the country where you have big populations of Venezuelans who have fled Venezuela to come here. They're all dancing in the streets. And the Democrats, they just can't help themselves. This got a little awkward for Tim Kaine.
I think a lot of Republicans would dispute, the notion that this was an invasion at all. But moreover, if Democrats cared so much about process, why didn't they do anything to bring Maduro to justice when they were in charge? I mean, the guy's been under indictment since 2020.
There have been sanctions placed against Venezuela, and I'll admit the sanctions have not been as effective as they might have been. And you know why, Jackie? Because many other nations wouldn't join us in the sanctions, even though they've joined us in sanctions against other nations. And why wouldn't they? They didn't like the President Trump, in his first term, threatening military action against Venezuela. And that caused them to back off support for sanctions. So sanctions and going into international forums and trade restrictions and embargoes and seizing vessels that are pursuant to sanction with a court order, these are things that can work. It's a lot better if you have your allies with us. What we've done now is push our allies away, and we've opened up.
I love how she's like, this is Jackie Heinrich on Fox. So it's our allies' fault that the sanctions didn't work? Remember that Joe Biden, and this is important, remember that Joe Biden allowed those, just like the Iranian sanctions, the Venezuelan sanctions to be eased as well throughout his presidency. 2022 and 2023, Joe Biden allowed Maduro to skip out on those sanctions because Maduro promised to hold legit elections. But Maduro did not hold legit elections. He lost. and yet he was still in power. They said that they would hold free and fair elections. So basically what Biden, and I remember talking about this. So Biden said in 22 and 23, we are going to, ease up on these sanctions because you're saying that you are going to hold free and fair elections. Clearly that didn't happen. Maduro lost, but again, he stayed in power. So for a couple of years, Joe Biden eased up on those sanctions and allowed Maduro some breathing room. Those sanctions were placed on Maduro by Donald Trump. So Tim Kaine, he has no clue as to what he's talking about. Biden eased the sanctions for a couple of years, and that led Maduro to be even more of a dictator than he already was.
I mean, I think the point I'm getting to, sir, the point I'm getting to is, don't you think that America's adversaries take note when all Democrats can muster is a joint statement or a press conference or some sanctions that are, loose, and take advantage of that? And that's why the administration feels
Jackie,
positioned to do this now?
If you think it's right for a president just on his own say-so, willy-nilly to wage war against anybody, I guess that's an opinion.
But you know what the dumb thing is? Like, can I just say this? One word, Obama, right? I mean, that's all you got to say. Obama with his drones. So all of I'm going to have Congressman Tim Burchett on at 6:36. So that'll be, of course, one of the first questions that I ask Congressman Burchett is about the legal authority and the Democrats complaining about all of this. But the reality is that Donald Trump has every legal authority to do this. This is what the Democrats do. They whine and moan and complain, and they don't really, you know what it is? It's like a snarky Southern bless your heart. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to say to Tim Kaine. Here's more.
But why haven't Republicans brought forth a military authorization? Why are they ducking votes?
Would you vote for
on
that?
Whether this is a wise strategy? I'd vote against it. I think another war, Virginia, which is a very pro-military state, and I'm the father of a Marine, Virginians are tired of endless wars, and we don't want to engage in military action that's unnecessary.
Well,
Knucklehead. You know what? How much complaining did the Democrats do about the United States being kept safe when there was a huge balloon flying across the entire United States and Joe Biden
let it happen?
Zero. He did zero about keeping us safe from that.
They had nothing to say. And Biden didn't do diddly or squad.
Right.
Joe Biden, I don't know. I think he may have been the weakest president we've ever had. I mean, maybe I'm thinking, like recency bias. But, I mean, Biden was just a complete and utter joke.
Yeah.
But, to Tim Kaine's point, that mission, we were in and out in, what was it? What did you tell me before?
It was like 2.5 or 3 hours.
The mission itself, landing, getting Maduro out.
Once they got to the doors.
Yeah, once they got to the doors.
The internet's saying that it took them like 6.5 minutes to get him in and out of the house.
Oh, yeah, that part, yeah.
I mean, he tried to get to the steel doors. And Trump was like, we had welding equipment, or not welding equipment, but whatever it was to, get through the steel doors. And, we went in and out. And by the way, I'm cautious. I don't know if I've said this yet. I'm cautiously optimistic that we have done the right thing. You never really know what's going to happen until years down the road to see how looking back. But I am cautiously optimistic on this. I see Trump's vision. I see Trump's plan. Now, the question is, they've got to have a legit election. That's number one. And number two is I do believe that Donald Trump did make a mistake when he kind of dismissed, what's her name?
Machado.
I thought that Trump made a mistake when he dismissed Machado, the woman who won the Nobel Peace Prize, and she basically dedicated it to Donald Trump. Yeah. She is the opposition leader against Maduro, and Trump basically dismissed her when somebody suggested.
He said she doesn't have the respect of the people. She doesn't have the respect of the military.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. But
he may know something we don't.
Maybe he does.
Yeah.
But I think that, personally speaking, I think he should have showed her a little bit more respect. Now, this is great. You've got Jen Psaki, and she's got John Brennan, right? John Brennan, this is on MS Now. And so John Brennan, he is like Donald Trump hater number one, right? We all know that. And I hate John Brennan with a passion. But she tees him up to come out swinging against Donald Trump. And listen to how this ended up going.
The events of the last 24 hours here.
Well, Jen, I thought you did a very good job teeing this up. First of all, again, the U.S. military and U.S. intelligence are second to none in terms of their capabilities, their competence, talent, as well as their courageous actions. And so it does look as though it was a flawlessly executed operation, at least according to what we hear from the administration so far.
Yep.
And a lot of planning went into that. But that was, I don't want to say it's the easy part, because it was a sort of a complex operation. But this happened less than 24 hours ago. Now the big question is, what is the impact of that action? I think there are a lot of people in Venezuela and outside who are celebrating the departure of Maduro. She pointed out he was an illegitimately installed leader, a dictator of Venezuela. He was involved in drug running for a number of years. He's been involved in a lot of, criminal activity. And so, yes, it's good that he is no longer in charge. But the big question is, what is going to happen now after this?
Yeah, and we'll have to wait and see what happens. But you'll notice that it didn't sound like he had anything really negative to say about the operation at all. It is a big question. What is going to happen next? And we'll talk to Congressman Tim Burchett about that coming up at 6:36. 7:36, our buddy Hans von Spakovsky is going to talk about the legalities of all of this. And at 8:06, we've got Brian Wilson teed up and ready to go. He's got some commentary as well. Very busy morning, 5:53 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan has the news coming up at 6. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, Dan, there's at least one activist judge who won't be making any crazy rulings from the bench anymore. Why she quit, coming up at the bottom of the hour here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Selling your home can be stressful, but it doesn't have to be. Get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. There are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Work with the #1 real estate team in the U.S. and close with confidence. Go to markspain.com today.
Five 5:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Are we in delay, Sam? Make sure we're in delay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm going to do something I shouldn't do, but I'm watching this video. Somebody sent it to me, thank you. And it's a bunch of Democrats, and they're out there, of course, protesting Trump arresting Maduro, right? So the question is, now knowing what we know about Maduro, and I've spent the last hour talking about this, knowing what we know about Maduro, somebody goes out and asks these Democrats that are out there with their little picket signs, would you trade Maduro for Donald Trump? Now realize Maduro has killed people, he's imprisoned people, he's taken away their rights, he's absconded with their property and their money. People have fled the country of Venezuela because Maduro is so bad. Listen to what these Democrats say.
Would you trade Trump for Maduro?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think I think Maduro was democratically elected.
Probably, yeah. Sure.
More than likely, yes, of course.
If there's a Nicolas Maduro out here who's going to bring us to revolution, I will support that move.
Sure.
I would rather have a bus driver in charge than a billionaire, okay? Let's put it that way.
Nicolas Maduro could come and be our president?
Yeah.
Oh, any day.
Wow.
Any day. Look, all the check marks are there. He's not white. Okay, he's a minority. Okay. He looks a little too much like Saddam Hussein, though.
This is the mentality.
People are insane.
Do you know that there's a certain contingent of our society that is it wrong, Joan? I've just given up on some people. Like, is that wrong to just give up on some people? No. Like, there are some people that, honest to goodness, I've stopped caring what they say. I don't care what they have to say because they are brain dead. And it is my opinion, pro-Hamas people, people like this. Oh, sure, I'd much rather have Maduro than Donald Trump. They're lacking in any
They're the
reasoning.
Same people that voted for Mamdani in New York.
You're exactly
Honestly.
right. You're exactly right, Joan. Right, it is 6 o'clock. Remember, we have Congressman Tim Burchett. He is coming up at 6:36. 7:36, Hans von Spakovsky will be joining us to talk about the legalities of all of this and a whole lot more. Nashville's Morning News does continue on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, hello there. It is 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're at 33 degrees right now, a cold start this morning, but apparently we've got a warm up in our forecast. Stick around for Stefano right after the news. A teenager was shot in the head in a hunting accident in Kentucky over the weekend. Christian County Sheriff's deputies say this happened after a gun was accidentally fired. The 17-year-old transported to a Hopkinsville hospital. However, he did not survive. In Wisconsin, an activist judge has resigned her post after being convicted for escorting an illegal alien out the back door of her courtroom to avoid ICE agents and then She lied about
Milwaukee
it.
Circuit Court Judge Hannah Dugan was convicted last month of obstructing federal immigration agents who were seeking to make an arrest outside of her courtroom. She has now resigned, writing Governor Tony Evers that while the legal proceedings are, quote, far from concluded, they present what she called immense and complex challenges that threaten the independence of the judiciary. State Republicans had been making plans to impeach Dugan, who faces up to 5 years in prison.
ABC's Brian Clark reporting there. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan.
Investors head into the first full week of the year, sizing up this weekend's military action in Venezuela and what it might mean for the markets. Futures suggest a higher opening after the Dow and S&P posted gains on Friday. The Nasdaq lost a fraction. Among energy stocks, U.S. oil companies soared in pre-market trade overnight. After the capture of Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro, President Trump says U.S. investment in the South American country is a core objective of his administration. Some of the world's biggest automakers released their 2025 full-year sales figures today. Industry analysts anticipate a 2% overall rise from 2024. A class action lawsuit accuses McDonald's of misleading customers into believing the fan-favorite McRib contains a premium cut of pork. The plaintiffs say they bought the sandwich on the assumption that it was actual rib meat. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Stock futures running higher this morning. The Dow futures up 27, Nasdaq futures gaining 188, and the S&P futures are up 22 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Dan Mendes here, and want to tell you about my buddy Dr. Jeff Horn. Now, whether you're 20, 40, or 60 years old, Vision for Life has the right procedure to help you see clearly without glasses or contacts. Now, if you're tired of dealing with blurry vision, Dr. Horn at Vision for Life is the name to know here in Nashville. It's where I went. Dr. Horn has helped thousands of people finally break free from glasses and contacts. Now, what makes Vision for Life different is that your treatment is tailored just for you. There is no cookie-cutter approach, just smart, personalized care using the most advanced technology available. So no matter your age or your eye condition, Vision for Life is the destination for vision correction. Schedule a consultation today and let Dr. Horn create a custom vision plan built around your lifestyle and your vision goals. Again, this is where I went for my vision correction surgery. 615-436-2020. Go to visionforlife.com, 436-2020, or visionforlife.com and start seeing life the way it was meant to be seen.
There's a crash this morning in Piccadilly Square. It's on Una Antioch Pike at Piccadilly Row South. That one involves some injuries. You also have a problem out at the airport. It's on I-40, the westbound lane, just past Donaldson Pike, exit 216B. There is a stalled out vehicle, and it's in the left shoulder. The left shoulder right there is blocked, and they say that vehicle has no lights or hazards on, causing quite a problem out there on 40 westbound right around the airport. Careful this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here. Coming up at 6:36, looking forward to speaking to Congressman Tim Burchett. He was one of the first ones that came out in favor of Donald Trump arresting Maduro. We'll talk to the congressman at 6:36. 7:36, Hans von Spakovsky will go through some of the legal aspects as far as Maduro's arrest and, of course, what is going to happen next in Venezuela. And at 8:06, our buddy Brian Wilson will be joining us as well. And there's obviously a lot of Venezuela talk this morning. It is also, by the way, I think it's the first day back for most kids in school. I know for Wilson County, it was not a happy night in the Mandis-Lawrence household because little Riker has to go back to school today. And I think that's what a lot of parents are going through this morning. So if that is you, good luck. Now, one of the other stories that we're following, obviously, Venezuela is a very big story. But also this headline, Governor Tim Walz is expected to drop out of the Minnesota's governor's race amid the Somali fraud scandal, according to some reports online. Tim Walz was expected to drop out of his reelection bid for Minnesota governor amid backlash in the wide-reaching Somali fraud scandal. Now, you know what's going to be interesting, and what time is that press conference, Joan? Is that 11 o'clock our time?
You know what? I think it's 11 o'clock our time, yes.
Okay.
Because Milwaukee is the same as Central Time as well. Is that correct?
Sam says yes.
Yes.
So,
okay. Then we'll believe
I don't know,
Sam.
Man. But it's Minnesota, not Milwaukee.
Oh, I'm sorry. Whoops.
Listen, well,
it starts
you know
with
what?
them.
They both start with them.
That's
it's all
right.
good.
It is Central Time.
All right, very good. So 11 o'clock, so Chris Hand will get all the fun. And what's going to be interesting with Walz is how he's going to frame this. Because he has been saying all along that he did nothing wrong, and he is the one that actually cracked down on the Somali fraud, when in reality, and I know that you folks know this, but in reality, he is the one that stood by and allowed all of this to happen, all of this Somali fraud, whether you're talking about the Attorney General Keith Ellison or obviously Tim Walz. And Tim Walz bullied those that were whistleblowers into silence. I don't need to tell you all this. I know that you all know that. So that is going to be a very big story later on. And did I hear right? Is Klobuchar going to take his place? So that's what the rumor is. There's a lot of online talk about this. Some online reporters, some of that new media is reporting that Amy Klobuchar met with Walz yesterday. Okay. And there's this rumor that she is going to step in his place and run for governor. Is she going to cry?
She's going to get a salad and eat it with... what did she eat?
Eat it with a comb. She ate her salad with a comb. How do you remember that?
It's just one of those standout things about her.
I had forgotten about the Amy Klobuchar eating a salad with a comb.
And that's the person that they want for governor.
Listen, people in Minnesota, here's the deal, Joan. The people in Minnesota, if Tim Walz hadn't have stepped aside, which we don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, right.
But if he hadn't have stepped aside, I guarantee you, they would have voted for him.
Oh, without a doubt.
What have we noticed? Whether it's Mamdani or Tim Walz or numbnuts out there in California, Gavin Newsom. I mean, they do awful things as far as policy goes. I mean, California is a complete and utter train wreck. What do they keep doing? They keep voting Democrat.
But you know that this is part of what is being revealed now with these Somalis, isn't it? That they're taking in all of this fraudulent money. And the word is that they're running it through NGOs, that money ends up back in the pockets of the Tim Walz's of, that state.
Ilhan Omar, Tim Walz, terrorist organizations back in Somalia.
And the Somalis are allegedly running all the ballots and making sure that these people are reelected. I mean, are they really being reelected?
Yeah. There's one way out of this for Tim Walz, and it's to pull an Alex Jones.
Fine. Listen,
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
Tracks. All right, there is one, and there's a lot on Maduro, so let's get right to it. I want to play this audio. It's 7 minutes long, and I can't play the whole thing, but it is a reporter that was on, I believe it's CNN, but this reporter is talking about the reaction to Venezuelans at the arrest of Maduro out of Venezuela. This is obviously the biggest news story of the day, and as we've been talking about in the 5 o'clock hour, now in the 6 o'clock hour, people are celebrating in Venezuela. People are celebrating in places like, Florida and other places where there are large contingencies of Venezuelans who have had to flee Venezuela because of, now former President Maduro. And he's going to face, I guess he's got his day in court this morning, actually. So I want you to listen closely to what the reporter has to say about what the people of Venezuela have been dealing with at the hands of Nicolas Maduro.
What is your thought on what you just heard from the congressman? And how often do you hear the phrase blood for oil in Venezuela?
Joe, thank you for that question, because it's a question that we absolutely need to reframe here. And I am certain that every Venezuelan will support what I'm about to say. This is not blood for oil, and this is not about regime change. We voted these people out legitimately last year. We voted for Maria Corina Machado and her running mate, Edmundo González Urrutia, and Nicolas Maduro stole the election.
Yeah, and this is, by the way, Mariana Atencio, Venezuelan American journalist and author.
Didn't have proof for it, so he's essentially a dictator. For 25 years, he has been torturing, imprisoning people, leading to the largest refugee crisis practically in the world, definitely in our hemisphere. 8 million Venezuelans have left, which has provoked refugee crisis and immigration crises all over the Americas, including in the United States. This provoked a humanitarian crisis where in a country with so many barrels of oil, you didn't even have medicine or food. And if I may, I know it firsthand because I lost my father during that humanitarian crisis because of the lack of medicine. So this is a catastrophe that is happening, a 2.5-hour flight from Miami in our hemisphere, continuous human rights abuses that is also, by the way, spreading influence to places like Colombia, like Mexico, like Peru, and destabilizing the entire region. So this is...
Yeah, I mean, she's absolutely right. And that humanitarian crisis in 2014, you had like 7 to 8 million people that fled Venezuela. And so people are ecstatic. And as the Democrats continue to do what Democrats do, which is they're just going to complain and moan about anything and everything Donald Trump does, the reality is that this could be a game changer, not only obviously for Venezuela, but also for America. We've got a lot more straight ahead. 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN.
Piccadilly Square, Una Antioch Pike. There's an accident at Piccadilly Row. We've got emergency crews on the scene. No problems on 24 or 65 at BNA 40 westbound past Donaldson Pike. Disabled vehicle blocks the left shoulder. I'm Christy O'Brien.
As far as your weather goes, plenty of sun today and a high of 61. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open, by the way, 615-737-9986, 615-737 WWTN. There's a lot of angles to talk about as it relates to what is going on with Venezuela. And there's going to be a lot of people that are going to say, as you just heard, people are going to be screaming, no blood for oil, no blood for oil. But the reality is that this is going to be a huge day of liberation for Venezuela, because what America wants to do, what Donald Trump wants to do, is he wants to bring in our own oil companies. You just heard that Venezuelan American reporter talking about how they've got all of this oil and they don't have the infrastructure to get the oil out of the ground. And so what Trump is talking about is he's talking about our own oil companies, including Chevron, who is, as far as I know, the only oil company currently in Venezuela, to make the infrastructure investments to start getting that oil so that Venezuela can sell the oil. And our own oil companies can help in that endeavor, then it helps our country as well. And it makes a lot of sense. I mean, let's put aside all the drug justification. To me, it's clearly obvious this is about the oil. And I don't mind that it's about the oil. But part of this conversation, the no blood for oil people, they don't know, my opinion, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Because here's the thing, is that you have Venezuela that was inviting and doing business deals with our enemies in our own backyard. Russia, China, Iran. And Donald Trump said, you know what? No, we're not doing this anymore. We're not going to allow Venezuela to do deals with our enemy literally in our own backyard. And also don't forget, and I did a big topic on this a while ago, but don't forget the accusation that Venezuela was working with those nations that I just mentioned to allow people to come into our country via Venezuela and through our southern border from places like Russia and from places like Iran and China as well. Venezuela was all in on that to destabilize our country through all of this massive immigration that Joe Biden allowed. So this is Marco Rubio, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, talking about all of this.
We are not going to be able to allow in our hemisphere a country that becomes a crossroads for the activities of all of our adversaries around the world. We just can't allow it. We can't have a country where the people in charge of its military and in charge of its police department are openly cooperating with drug trafficking organizations. We're not going to allow that. These things are direct threats to the United States, and we intend to use every element of leverage that we have to ensure that that changes.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is about that.
I love this part, by the way, that the cut segued from one to the other. But one, you heard Marco Rubio with the justification. Then we had Donald Trump in the press conference yesterday. Cuba's next. So there's a big headline in the Daily Mail, actually, right now. I was just there. And they're talking about Cuban President Gustavo Petro. And by the way, they have plenty of oil, too. And they're spouting off about Donald Trump and how he had no legal justification for arresting Maduro. I went through all of that in the 5 o'clock hour. I'll revisit that as well with Congressman Tim Burchett. But this is Donald Trump talking about Gustavo Petro, the president of Colombia. And Trump says, yeah, you know what? He better watch his you-know-what.
He has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And, yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
I feel like Trump feels like he's kind of on a roll. You know what I'm saying? So
it seems like he's emboldened.
Well, he should be emboldened.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the second military action that has gone off without a hitch. I mean, Operation Absolute Resolve. We'll talk to Congressman Tim Burchett about this here in a little bit. But Operation Absolute Resolve, no issues as far as I can tell. I heard that a couple of our members of the military may have been shot. I'm not sure, but we didn't lose anyone. We didn't have any casualties. But the other thing is that you have so many people across Latin America, certainly in Venezuela, here in America, who are celebrating today. And even, as I exampled in the previous hour, you have even the Sunday morning news hosts like Kirsten Welker and so on, even they're calling out the Democrats on their hypocrisy because it was Kamala Harris and Joe Biden had a $25 million, essentially a bounty, if you will, on Maduro's head, $25 million, leading to the arrest of Maduro. And so now you have Kamala Harris. She sent out a tweet yesterday criticizing Donald Trump for what he did. And it's like, are you stupid? Do you know what you folks did on the way out the door, offering $25 million for the arrest of Maduro? So, all right, Biden and Kamala Harris, where's Trump's $25 million? Obviously, he's not going to take it. But the hypocrisy is so incredibly obvious. And so I think, Joan, to your statement, I think that's why Trump is emboldened.
Yeah.
Because he knows that he's done the right thing. Now, and I'm going to say this 1,000 times today because people, churn in and out. We'll find out if this was the right thing to do in the long run. But right now, and as I said in the previous hour, Venezuela has a huge amount of oil reserves, the most in the world, from what I understand. Mm-hmm. And they're barely able to get any of it out of the ground. So Trump not only obviously arresting Maduro for the drug charges and all that, but now this is obviously an opportunity. And I'm not hand-wringing over, us absconding with their oil, because essentially what we're doing, we are helping Venezuela. That's what we're doing. We are helping Venezuela because our oil companies are going to get in there. They're going to fix the infrastructure. We're going to get the oil. We're going to sell the oil. And we're going to, number one, we're going to reimburse a lot of the people that Maduro took everything of theirs, because that was part of what Maduro did. But we're also going to make, as Donald Trump said during the press conference, we're going to make Venezuela great again. Now, I don't know if Venezuela was ever great. I don't know the history that much of Venezuela, if it was ever great. But last 25 years or so, it's been an absolute crap hole. So I like that we are going to do what we can to make our, as Marco Rubio said, our Western Hemisphere has got to be as strong as it can be. And if that means that we've got to work with Venezuela to get the dictator out, work with people that will work with us, get the oil out of the ground, sell the oil, make Venezuela as strong as it can be so that they're not inviting our enemies into our backyard, i.e., Iran and China and Russia. It is 6:23 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan's got the news coming up at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, the search is on for a vehicle that crashed into a house and then drove away. Those stories and more coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Downloading the Super Talk 99.7 WTN app.
6:23. Hey, Joan, the promo guy there said pop culture.
Yeah.
So you want me to go on an hour-long conversation about Stranger Things? Does anybody want to hear that?
Oh, no.
I could. I could go on for an hour on Stranger Things.
Really?
Oh, I'm a big-time fan of Stranger Things.
Interesting.
You know what we're doing in my house now?
What?
We're actually, now that we know how it ends,
yeah,
we are going back and we're watching Stranger Things from the beginning. We have too much time on our hands, apparently.
Too much time, yeah.
All right. It is 6:20. I know I'm not going to do an hour-long thing on Stranger Things. It is 6:24 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Listen, if 2026 is your year to get great windows to replace your old builder-grade windows, think about calling my friends at Window Nation. Now, this is a great window company. I've got, count them, 4 Window Nation windows in my home, 2 in my all-important basement studio, and also 1 in my kitchen, and also 1 in my bedroom. So if you're tired of your house being uncomfortably cold, of course, here we are in January, my friends at Window Nation, they can help you out. And right now, they've got a great deal going on to replace your windows, again, thanks to Window Nation. Window Nation's buy 4, get 4 windows free sale. It is going on right now. That is a huge deal. I'm reading that right. Buy 4, get 4 windows free from Window Nation. So if you've been thinking about replacing your windows, you got to call these folks right now. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. You can also, by the way, get these windows with 0 money down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. 866-90-NATION is the phone number. 866-90-NATION. Find them online, windownation.com.
Good morning. It is 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got 31 degrees right now. Really cold start this morning, but it's going to warm up this week. Stick around for Stefano's forecast. Police in White House are searching for a Jeep and its driver who slammed into a house and then drove away. WSMV4's Danielle Ledbetter.
Fire officials say the crash damaged the garage and weakened the home structure. We know the Jeep that crashed into the home was last seen heading down Calista Road, and it should have major front end damage.
Fortunately, nobody was home at the time of that crash. NBC is reporting that the leaders of Denmark and Greenland are in full crisis mode after comments made by President Trump this weekend.
We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, Denmark's prime minister has said that there's already a defense agreement which gives the U.S. wide access to Greenland. Trump has long advocated for control over the country. The Coast Guard has now suspended its search for a 77-year-old woman who went overboard on a cruise ship near Cuba on New Year's Day. She was aboard a Holland American ship when she went overboard, but there are no details so far about how she ended up in the water. The search for her spans 690 square miles over the course of 8 hours. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Down and
an accident on westbound side of 24. Looks like it's just after Haywood Lane, and traffic is backed up all the way into Laverne because of it. You also have an accident on 65 South at Trinity Lane, exit 87. That's blocking the right shoulder. And in Piccadilly Square, still working that crash involving injuries on Una Antioch Pike at Piccadilly Row South. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here. Dan Mandis back on the morning show. Very excited to be here, Joan. And I'm waiting to see if we've got Congressman Tim Burchett. And
he's a busy man, you know.
You know, he is a very busy man. And you know what? If the congressman stood me up, that's okay. It's my first day back, but I wish that Sam would give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. Do we have the congressman or not? Yes or no? Because if not, I'm going to move.
He's on the phone.
He's on the phone with somebody, but
it could be him. I think it's probably him.
Do you know what I have a feeling is going to happen, Joan? We're going to have a discussion about this.
I got a thumbs up.
Thank you. We got a thumbs up
there
now.
You go.
All right, very good. Congressman Tim Burchett joining us. Congressman, always great to have you on. How are you, sir?
I'm great, brother. Thank you so much.
All righty, so let's talk Venezuela. I mean, I know that you were posting on the socials really right after this happened. Give me your first blush on what happened over the weekend with the arrest of Maduro, and then we'll go from there.
Well, it's classic Donald Trump. I've said this many times. It's our leadership in the past, Bush or Clinton or whoever, they'd come to Congress and ask our permission, and it just doesn't need to. That's not what needs to happen, because the Democrats, of course, would push it out as fast as possible, be on CNN before you walked out of the skiff getting a classified briefing. And so he took out a very bad person who had narco terrorist. He was not convicted, but he was indicted in our courts, and he was illegally elected. And he's a bad actor, and he took him out, and that's it's a bold form of leadership. No Americans lost their lives, and now the future is going to be: are we going to occupy? Are we going to be a supporting role, or what we're going to be? And the people that are out wringing their hands and clutching their pearls, saying, "Oh, we're putting troops down there." We've got troops in over 40 countries right now, and I dare say most of the jugheads in Washington. And most of them are war pimps anyway, because they're just portfolio, they're just voting on their portfolios, not on American lives or democracy. Mm-hmm. They couldn't find most of these countries on a map. And we've been down there in my whole life. I'm 61 years old. We've been in Central America before that even. And so I think it was a good move overall. I worry about the aspects of war, the constitutional wherewithal that he has, but I think he has the right to do that if it's a threat to this country. And if you think of the literally thousands of people who have died from drug abuse, and granted, they're going to say, well, Burchett, this isn't fentanyl, this is not, well, it's cocaine. Go to your dadgum inner cities and look and see what crack cocaine did to it. And Maduro is the guy that profited from it. And when you say narco-terrorist, he's in bed with Hamas. China was there. I mean, this tells you how gutsy this move was. Yeah. China was there negotiating to go in and get in bed with him to get their oil, because obviously they want to move on Taiwan. And that they were still there. They had just met with him the night before, and they were all posed up in their cocky pictures to show the world. And Trump just said, forget it. And he took him out, and I applaud him for it. Also, another implication that nobody's talking about is that Venezuela is a big supporter of Cuba, which just does not need to be a communist stronghold. Now, granted, Russia is not putting $1 million a day into Cuba as they once were, but China is. And I don't know why Congress is so afraid of it, mainly because the K Street lobbyists get paid a lot by China, and their influences in our colleges and universities are, in my opinion, and a lot of our national labs are overrun with communist Chinese influence. And in some areas of our military were, and Trump has eliminated that. But in our colleges and universities, the Confucius Institute, so it all fits together. Yeah. And it's just, and the Democrats, of course, just like Minneapolis, they're attacking the message carrier, and because the message is great. And the trouble with the Republican Party is, we're going to start talking about housing or something. We need to be messaging this and showing the people of Venezuela and the excitement that democracy is breaking out. They have a chance at freedom once again. And I think that's a pretty cool thing.
Well, Congressman, it seems to me like my take on this is that we are going to help Venezuela, as Donald Trump said during the press conference, going to make Venezuela great again. And I will be the first to admit I don't know the entire history of Venezuela, but it does seem to me that our oil companies going in and helping to repair the infrastructure so that the oil can be drilled and they can start selling the oil and the money goes back to Venezuela. I'm sure the oil companies are going to get some money as well. But, I understand the criticism that some people would have, but if ultimately you've got all of these Venezuelans that are celebrating in Venezuela and in Florida and, other places across Latin America, and it is going to make Venezuela a better country in the long run, it seems to me like it makes sense.
It does, and the oil you mentioned, the largest oil reserves in the entire northern hemisphere, probably in the world.
It's in the world, they say.
Yeah, whoever they are, but yeah, I was going to let you say that, and I'm glad, and thank you for taking the bait. But yeah, that's a huge thing, and we're all griping about the price of gas. That's what you do. You flood the market, and the price comes down. And granted, the oil companies are a bunch of greedy. I've had too much coffee, I almost cursed, but they need to be brought into check somehow. I don't know. I don't think the federal government should do it. I think it's more of a market-driven thing. But and we need to start cutting off their supplements as well and let them, swim or cut fish or cut bait right now, because I'm tired of supplementing our multinational corporations. I'm tired of supplementing the world. We need to get back to taking care of this country. And I'm going to propose some legislation that all these savings that we make due to covering, finding out all this corruption, that should go directly towards the American taxpayers, reducing the amount of taxes we pay, because we won't pay down debt. But what we ought to do, at least, is decrease the burden on American taxpayers, because what will they do? They'll go out and create more jobs, create more revenue, and we can use that to pay down our debt.
645, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Congressman Tim Burchett is joining us. Congressman, a little bit more on Venezuela coming up. Then I'm going to ask your opinion on what you think is going to happen with Governor Tim Walz out in Minnesota. He's going to make a big announcement today. We'll talk about that as well coming up. Time to check the roads real quick on WTN. As far as your weather, sunny today and a high of 61. Congressman Tim Burchett is joining us. And Congressman, always appreciate your availability. One of the things, and I don't know why I get such a kick out of this, I know that you do as well, but we had Joe Biden, 2022, 2023, there were sanctions placed on Venezuela, and you had Biden, basically easing the sanctions because Maduro said that they would have free and fair elections. That didn't happen. But ultimately, that made Maduro stronger in Venezuela at the time. And so now I do find it kind of funny that you do have the Democrats out there that are screaming about what Donald Trump has done when you had Kamala Harris and Joe Biden both on the way out the door put a $25 million, basically a political bounty on the head of Maduro. Now the entire Democrat Party seems to be screaming about this.
Yeah, well, it's just because they've got the left-wing media in their pocket. And they won't disclose the garbage. I've said this many times, America, and I'm guilty of this as much as anybody else. We want our pizzas in 30 minutes or less, and that's about our dadgum attention span. And these folks, they can accuse us of stuff that they're doing and that they've done. And listen, Biden and Harris were a toothless tiger. I wouldn't even call them a tiger. They were a toothless, neutered cat. A pound cat or a barn cat, because they were nothing. They were nothing. They were laughed at. They were run over by the world.
Yep.
And their own families were ripping off the country, and they were allowed to do it. Now Hunter's broke. He's talking about becoming a Republican or something crazy. I don't know. I don't want that crackhead anywhere near our party. But
right there with
besides that, that's my opinion. He's a crackhead. But besides that, it just shows you just the falsehood and the narrative that the left has right now, because all they want to do, look, they're not for, all of a sudden they're not for freedom. They're not for bringing in all the corruption in Minnesota. They want total destruction. This is, conspiracy theories talk about this in the Soros-esque manner in which they do this. They destroy our economy, they destroy our medicine, they destroy our education, they destroy every foundation that we have in this dadgum country, and then they want to rebuild it again in their liberal woke-utopia that they think is it's more of this, I know what's best for you, you let me handle it, you just get in line for your breadcrumbs, and that's what they're doing. Let's restore some trust back in this country. Let's restore the American public have some pride in what's going on in Washington, D.C. You finally got a leader that's doing that. I don't want him teaching my dadgum Sunday school class down here at the Baptist Church on Tazewell Pike, right, but I sure as heck love him in the White House.
Okay, Governor Tim Walz, Minnesota. I know you know all about the Somali fraud and all that stuff. Got any predictions? What are you hearing, if anything?
Well, everybody's saying he's gonna drop out, but I think his role, he's got a bunch of, he is the classic example of groupthink. You surround yourself with people that are not as smart as you, and they kiss your butt. And I guess it's kind of hard to find somebody that's not as smart as he is, but they've apparently found a bunch. And I think his advisors are telling him to be defiant, because you're looking at, it's like people say, Burchett, man, we need to go up to New York. You need to go to New York and beat AOC, get somebody to beat AOC. You're not going to beat them. That's who elected them. That's what we allowed to happen under the Obama administration, allowed all these people to come in that were going to assimilate, and they did not assimilate. Go to Dearborn, Michigan. Go to Minneapolis or Minnesota. Go to these communities, and that's what they do. The Hispanic community, they assimilate. The black community, they assimilate. The other minority groups just don't tend to do that. They come here with destruction and pillage on their mind, and that's what you got. You got the white community, we assimilate. But these groups that come in now, they got total agenda, and all they do is elect these people. And that's the trouble with leadership in both parties. All they care about is staying in dadgum power. They don't care about our country, and we've got to change that mentality.
Should be fascinating to watch. Congressman, we're out of time, but always great to have you on, and have a great week.
Love you guys. Pray for our country.
Absolutely. Congressman Tim Burchett on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. A couple of people, Joan, saying that this is, wait for it, Joan.
Yeah.
It's another distraction from the Epstein files. That's what this is.
I love it.
Oh, man.
You sound so white.
All right. It is 6:50. You know what I'm hoping? You know who sent me a real quick text?
Who?
Is Scott Sapicki.
Oh, okay.
He used to play, I guess it was minor league ball in, or whatever it is, in Venezuela before Hugo Chavez. And so I'm hoping that he'll call in. He's got some really interesting points.
Is that chalk on the pitching mound?
Or is it cocaine?
Yeah.
Is that where you're going? Oh, see, that's
I
funny.
see. Yeah,
Look at
yeah,
Sam
yeah.
right there.
So you know what?
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that say the Epstein files thing was a distraction that President Trump presented in order to get the press to focus on that instead of what he was doing.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Yes.
Actually.
And he did the drip by drip thing.
Yep.
Because he knew that there was nothing about him in these files.
Yep.
So he let it drip and drip and drip. So they were paying attention to that while he was working on what he was going to do in Venezuela.
I love it. And you know what? That makes sense because, I mean, listen, say what you will about Donald Trump. I do believe that the man knows how to handle the media and control the media.
Yes.
Anyway, got a lot more straight ahead. 6:51. Joan's got the news at 7. Joan.
Yeah, by the way, Nicolas Maduro and his wife are on the move in New York this morning right now. I've got the play-by-play for you coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey there, Dan Mandis. And if you got a new gun for Christmas, that is only part of the experience. Now, you have to learn how to use it. Now, don't forget that the Glock store, this is my two-way Glock store. The Glock store offers incredible training. It is where I did all of my training in those incredible Shoot 270 indoor ranges. And y'all know that it's not just a lane range. No, you don't just stand and shoot. At the Glock store, you train for real-life situations that you'll hopefully never encounter, but you do have to be ready. Now, you're talking about the best instructors in Tennessee, and these ranges, they're guaranteed to make you a better shooter. So step it up and check out the Glock store. You're going to be a better gun owner all the way around, more accurate and more competent with the Glock store, more confident as well. And by the way, if you did get that new gun, but you want some modifications, the Glock store, they can help you out big time. Go to shoot270.com and book a session today. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. That is shoot270.com, only at the Glock store. Minutes from the airport, worth the drive from anywhere. 6:56. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, Joan, I love this.
Yeah.
Are you on the Super Text line?
I am.
So somebody's calling out Sam. Boy, they're calling in.
I know.
Calling in fast and furious. It is clear that Sam knows nothing about baseball. There's no chalk on the pitcher's mound.
Just resin.
You know what?
It's a joke. The whole thing was a joke.
Yeah, but if you're going to talk about, if you're going to talk about possible cocaine on a pitcher's mound, Sam, I mean, there's no chalk or cocaine on a pitcher's mound.
There's also no
I don't
crying.
know, man. They were throwing heat in the 70s and the 80s.
There's no crying in baseball either.
No cocaine and no crying. Actually, there was a lot of cocaine in baseball back in the 70s, from what I understand. Anyway, moving right along. Let's see here. It is 6:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. People are begging me, Joan, to find the Marco Rubio audio where he was talking to George Stephanopoulos.
Oh, yes.
Have
this
you?
is
Have
so
you?
good. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I found it.
Okay, good.
I don't have time to play it now.
Yeah.
But because it's like about 2.5, 3 minutes long.
Yeah.
But from what I understand, Karen, who is a listener from out in California, she says that Marco Rubio speaks to George Stephanopoulos like he's a 5-year-old. Which is easy to do because there are times when George Stephanopoulos does remind me of a 5-year-old. Yes. So anyway, we're going to talk about we're going to listen to that audio because I mean honestly, I think that that is going to sound Marco Rubio. He is a wicked smart guy,
and I think he's coming to his own here.
Oh, that is a great point. That is a great point. He has come into his own, and for the Secretary of State, I don't think we're done. Like we're talking a little bit about Donald Trump saying basically warning Cuba.
Yes,
Cuba, you're next. And somebody asking a fair and valid point on the Super Text line as well. I'm not on it now, but so I don't know what the number was. But basically the guy said, and it's a legit question, which is, what if somebody tried to drop into our country and arrest Donald Trump? He says, I'm not a Democrat, but what if another country tried to do that?
They'd be hurt.
We'd see it coming from like a mile away.
Yeah.
Like, oh boy.
Bottom line is, look, we are the big dog at the table in our hemisphere. And so there's a lot of reasons why it is that Maduro was arrested. I mean, I've gone through all of this. I'm going to go through a little bit more and play some fresh audio coming up after the news at 7. But Maduro, he had sanctions placed on him before Biden eased them in 2022 and 2023, as I've been talking about. But all the cocaine coming into our country and, all of the human rights violations and abuses as well. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why Maduro was arrested, and there's a lot of reasons why you have people celebrating in the streets of Venezuela and Florida. And anywhere you find a Venezuelan, I guarantee you they are standing behind what Donald Trump and the United States of America did over the weekend, unless you have a D next to your name. And I mean Democrats, folks. It is 7. It is 7 o'clock. It is 7 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning. It is 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A chopper carrying now captured Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife Cilia have been taken them from their separate cells in solitary confinement in Brooklyn and loaded them into a helicopter this morning. Now, they were both in prison clothing. They were both wearing handcuffs. That chopper has now touched down in Manhattan about a half hour ago, and the pair are on their way to the courthouse in Manhattan under heavy police guard. And we are just learning that the pair have now arrived at the Manhattan Federal Court. They will go before a judge later today. Scores of heavily armed officers swarmed the streets before the transfer took place. We'll have more updates as they become available on the movement of Nicolas Maduro and his wife today. President Trump is back in Washington this morning, returning from Mar-a-Lago overnight. And in New York City, Nicolas Maduro and his wife were staying overnight at the high-profile Brooklyn jail, where other high-profile inmates like El Chapo have been held in the past.
U.S. prosecutors claim Maduro was at the forefront of narco-terrorism conspiracy to transport thousands of tons of cocaine into the U.S., sold Venezuelan diplomatic passports to individuals he knew were drug traffickers, seeking to move drug proceeds using private planes under diplomatic cover, and that he and his wife maintained state-sponsored gangs and ordered kidnappings, beatings, and murders against those who owed them drug money or undermined their operation.
That's ABC's Lionel Moyes. Metro Nashville police are trying to figure out who fired a gun outside a South Nashville nightclub early Sunday morning. It ended up killing a passerby.
Police say the 33-year-old David Valentine Jr. had just finished up a DoorDash delivery and was leaving the area where he dropped off the order. A passenger in Valentine's car heard the shots, and when she looked over at Valentine, realized he had been hit and was able to safely pull the car over. Metro police say Valentine was taken to the hospital where he later died from his injuries.
WSMV4 Steve Mailing there. Now, Crime Stoppers is offering a $5,000 reward for information about who fired that shot. In France, 10 people have been found guilty of cyberbullying France's First Lady, Brigitte Macron, with posts that accuse her of being a man. In fact, the Macrons have also filed a defamation lawsuit against Candace Owens over her claims that Brigitte Macron is a man. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Looks like stock futures are on the rise this morning. The NASDAQ futures are up 170 points, S&P futures gaining 20. The S&P futures have just slipped under. They are now down 9 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:03, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. You've heard me talk about my cataract surgery at Vision for Life. And again, it really has been life-changing. I didn't even realize how much my vision was holding me back until I had clear sight again. Reading small print, these days, no problem. Driving at night, no more halos or blurry lights. Watching TV, working, even just being outside. The colors are brighter, details are sharper, and I feel more confident in everything that I do. Now, I didn't notice how much I was compensating before. I just thought that I was getting older and squinting and adjusting and avoiding things that I used to enjoy. But these days, now, I feel like I've got a new lease on life, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. Check out my friends at Vision for Life. Schedule your consultation today, 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Find them online anytime. It is visionforlife.com, 436-2020, visionforlife.com.
Still a big mess on 24 this morning. It is jammed up with some serious delays from the Smyrna area now to around the Haywood Lane area. There was an accident in that spot. The traffic center is saying that it's gone now, but there's a giant delay behind it. 40 and 24 both as they merged around the Loop area this morning. That is very jammed up as well. 65 doesn't look too bad so far coming into Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A lot going on this morning. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to a Monday, January 5th. You got a lot of kids going back to school today, so parents are out dealing with that, of course. And if you're one of them, good luck this morning. It's Riker's first day back in school. Joan, I can't tell you how thrilled he was last night.
No, he wasn't. I bet he was all kinds of mopey and
had to get the backpack all packed up. He had to go to bed early, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. And it's my first day back after quite a bit away. It feels like I've been forever since I've been here. So I'm feeling a little rusty, Joan. I'm just feeling a little rusty.
But you're not sounding rusty, I can tell you that.
Well, I appreciate that, Joan. Although you didn't get my joke at the end of the last hour.
Yeah, it took me a second, but Sam
clued you in on that?
Yeah, he did.
I thought it was a pretty good joke. By the way, have you heard of petrodollars?
I have not.
So I had a few people actually text me on my phone last night, friends, asking me about whether or not was the arrest of Maduro related to petrodollars. Now, what petrodollars are is currency when you buy and sell oil. It is done with the U.S. dollar, right?
Okay.
So they called those petrodollars. And so you had Venezuela and Maduro. They did not want to use American dollars. And I believe they were not using American dollars. They were using I think they were using China's currency. And so the accusation is, and just telling folks that this is, one of the theories out there, that the reason that we went into Venezuela is because they were not using the U.S. dollar to buy and sell their oil. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but here's what I do know. What I do know is that there was a lot of reasons why Trump did what he feels like he had to do. Because of the fact that the Venezuelan people were suffering and suffering big time. That's number one. We had those indictments as well. That's number two. Number three, and I don't know, maybe I'm in the minority on this one, but I understand what Trump is talking about when he talks about the oil. I mean, I do understand that really on the surface, that the main thing that they're talking about is the drugs that have been coming from Venezuela into our country, cocaine, so forth. But make no mistake, the oil is a big part of this. And so with Maduro gone, Trump, what he wants to do, in case you're just joining us, I've been talking about this all morning long. What Trump wants to do is he wants our oil companies to make big time investments in Venezuela's oil producing infrastructure. And when they do that, they're going to be able to get a massive amount of oil from Venezuela. Now, this is like the heavy crude oil, I think they call it. And so it's hard to process. But the reality is there is a ton of this stuff. And so Chevron is, from what I understand, the only American oil company that is in Venezuela. But if the other oil companies go into Venezuela as well, they repair that infrastructure and they start, drilling and producing that oil, that is going to be huge for Venezuela. And it's also going to be good for the oil companies. And Donald Trump, one of the things that he said the other day is that what we're going to do is we're going to make Venezuela great again. And we're going to take care of their people, the people of Venezuela. We're going to utilize those resources. And we're going to make, our hemisphere, we're going to make our hemisphere safer and more successful financially. And the big problem that Trump has, I believe this is, again, multifaceted, is that Venezuela has been playing footsie with China and Iran and Russia as well. And Trump doesn't like that.
China?
Oh, is that what we're going to do now?
Well, it was, China was important to bring up, as was the fact that they actually owe us money.
Venezuela does?
Yeah, they owe ConocoPhillips and ExxonMobil billions of dollars that they haven't paid. Estimates suggest Venezuela owes between 20 and 30 billion in total court order damages for various expropriated claims.
Oh, okay. All right, very
Will
good.
they just seize stuff from companies? Well,
then they're just going to jump right in there and get their money back. I mean,
Exactly.
Trump talked about reimbursing the oil companies.
Well, Venezuela at the time, when it was Hugo Chavez, essentially said, we own Chevron. We own ConocoPhillips.
Yeah.
We own these companies now. The United States and their private owners don't own them anymore.
So you want to hear this Marco Rubio audio with George Stephanopoulos?
Yes, please.
So Rubio, he was all over the place over the weekend, and he didn't come to mess around, and so he and George Stephanopoulos just went after it.
President Trump was pretty clear yesterday. He said the United States is going to run Venezuela. Under what legal authority?
Well, first of all, what's going to happen here is that we have a quarantine on their oil. That means their economy will not be able to move forward until the conditions that are in the national interest of the United States and the interest of the Venezuelan people are met. And that's what we intend to do. So that leverage remains. That leverage is ongoing. And we expect that it's going to lead to results here. We're hopeful that it does. Positive results for the people of Venezuela, but ultimately, most importantly for us, in the national interest of the United States. We will no longer have, hopefully, as we move forward here, we'll set the conditions so that we no longer have in our hemisphere a Venezuela that's the crossroads for many of our adversaries around the world, including Iran and Hezbollah, is no longer sending us drug gangs, is no longer sending us drug boats, is no longer a narco-trafficking paradise for all those drugs coming out of Colombia to going through the Caribbean and towards the United States. And obviously, we want a better future for the people of Venezuela. We want them to have an oil industry where the wealth goes to the people, not to a handful of corrupt individuals and stolen by, pirates all over the world. That's what we're working towards, and we intend to use the leverage we have to help achieve that.
Listen.
Let me ask the question again. What is the legal authority for the United States to be running Venezuela?
So I guess what Stephanopoulos is looking for is like what statute or whatever. We're going to have Hans von Spakovsky on, by the way, coming up in about 20 minutes. And he and I are going to talk about that. But it seems to me like Rubio is making his case. Now, I'm not a lawyer, and I realize that Stephanopoulos is looking for, this is the statute, and this is the code, and this is exactly what we're going to do and why we're doing it and so forth. And Rubio is just like, do I have to speak slower?
Well, I explained to you what our goals are and how we're going to use the leverage to make it happen. As far as what our legal authority is on the quarantine, I'm very simple. We have court orders. These are sanctioned boats, and we get orders from courts to go after and seize these sanctions. So I don't know, is a court not a legal authority?
So is the United States running Venezuela right now?
Well, I've explained once again, I'll do it one more time. What we are running is the direction that this is going to moving forward. And that is, we have leverage. This leverage we are using and we intend to use. We started using already. You can see where they are running out of storage capacity. In a few weeks, they're going to have to start pumping oil unless they make changes. And that leverage that we have with the armada of boats that are currently positioned allow us to seize any sanctioned boats coming into or out of Venezuela, loaded with oil or on its way in to pick up oil, and we can pick and choose which ones we go after. We have court orders for each one. That will continue to be in place until the people who have control over the levers of power in that country make changes that are not just in the interest of the people of Venezuela, but are in the interest of the United States and the things that we care about. That's what we intend to do.
Was asked yesterday,
the legal authority is the court orders that we have.
So Stephanopoulos just isn't buying it, and that's fine. I mean, here's the deal. Is that Trump did it, and as we know with Donald Trump, one of the things that he does is, sometimes he acts, and he's got the lawyers on his side. I was listening to somebody over the weekend, I don't remember who it was, but Donald Trump has a very, as you can imagine, a very large legal team behind him. And so if he believes that he has the authority to do this, then he's going to do it and let the chips fall where they may. And if George Stephanopoulos isn't happy with that answer, well, then George Stephanopoulos is going to have to deal with it. But if the Trump administration feels like they are on strong legal footing, then let them do what they need to do. Bottom line is, and you heard Marco Rubio, they want to make Venezuela better. There's a reason why people are celebrating across the world. Is because Maduro was a horrible guy, and the human rights abuses, the murder, the theft of people's property, their bank accounts, the jailing of the opposition. All of these things is what Nicolas Maduro had done. And that's why we had, charges, federal charges against him dating back to 2020 related to cocaine and narco-terrorism and trafficking and designated those terrorist groups and cartels. We designated them, the cartels and the drug groups in Venezuela, we designated them as terrorist groups, and that gave us a part of the authority to do what we did. 7:17, time to check the roads on WTN. Sunny today and a high of 61. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Also, one of the other stories that we're following is, and I don't know, maybe I'll ask Hans von Spakovsky about the whole Tim Walz thing as well. If you're just joining us, Governor Tim Walz apparently is going to make a big announcement today at 11 o'clock, and a lot of people are saying that he's going to drop out of the governor's race in Minnesota. I think what he ought to do is just go ahead and resign. But there's going to be a lot of investigations into, and there continue to be investigations into Tim Walz. And I think there's a lot of people, including yours truly, that won't be happy until he's hauled off in handcuffs. Will that actually happen? I doubt it, because very seldom do we see politicians who clearly, my opinion, have done something illegal, which I believe that Tim Walz has done as it relates to the Somalis and the welfare fraud going on in Minnesota. But we'll talk about that with Hans von Spakovsky, and we'll see what happens with Walz. One of the other things that's going on is the fact that the president, he's been talking about the Monroe Doctrine. Now that has been expanded, apparently, to the Donroe Doctrine. This is President Trump, and he was on Air Force One last night.
It's about peace on earth.
How is it peace on earth?
Peace on earth. We got to have peace. It's our hemisphere. The Monroe Doctrine was very important when it was done, and other presidents, a lot of them, they lost sight of it. I didn't lose sight, but it really is. It's peace on earth.
All right, so the president's saying that he wants peace on earth, and I do believe him. But can I just say that I want to go on record as saying that oil is a big part of this, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I don't think that anybody should be tiptoeing around the fact that oil is part of this conversation. It's a big part of this conversation. Do I believe that Donald Trump wants peace on earth? I believe that he absolutely wants peace on earth. That is something that he has been striving for years. So that is also obviously part of the conversation. But if we can get Venezuela to stop playing footsie with our arch enemies like Russia, like China, like Iran, and perhaps North Korea as well, then that is in our best interest. And so for people that are saying, how is this America first? This is absolutely America first, because it is better for America if Maduro is not in power, and if we can weaken our enemies by taking control of Venezuela for the time being, for the short term, and we can utilize those oil reserves and we can make Venezuela stronger. That is better for us in the long run. 7:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Coming up, we're going to talk a little bit about the Monroe Doctrine and now the Donroe Doctrine, as in Donald Trump Doctrine. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. Joan's got the news at 7:30. Joan, what's coming up?
There has been a break-in at J.D. Vance's Ohio home. We've got the details on what happened there overnight coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
With Super Talk TV.
7:21, Nashville's Morning News. Start the year off stress-free and sell your home with Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer. You are going to save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle. Yes, indeed. Dan Mandis here. Now, don't worry about the hassle of constant cleanings and making costly repairs. No. With Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer, you can receive the strongest all-cash offer in the industry and move when you're ready. There's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Selling your home is one of the biggest financial decisions you are ever going to make, so who you work with matters. Now, with Mark Spain Real Estate, they've got over, listen to this, 14,000 five-star reviews. You can trust the most experienced real estate team in America to sell your home quickly and for top dollar. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There is no obligation. Call them at 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Find them online anytime. It is markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing. 726, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We've got Hans von Spakovsky is going to be joining us at 7:35 here on Nashville's Morning News. And a lot of people checking in on the Super Text line, 615-737-9986. One guy said not hearing much talk about the stolen election in Venezuela, 2024. So you had Maduro, Nicolas Maduro, of course. He was looking for a third term. To me, the most important thing of this whole story, there's a couple of things. Joe Biden had implemented, actually, it was Donald Trump who implemented some sanctions against Maduro during his presidency. Biden came in and Maduro said, I promise you, this is the weakness of Joe Biden. Maduro goes to Biden and he says, I promise we'll have free and fair elections in 2024. Biden eased the sanctions against Maduro that I believe it was Trump that placed on him. And Maduro, for a couple of years, had, eased sanctions. And then they go into 2024 and Maduro in that election actually lost, but he wouldn't give up power. And so that's why you have a lot of people saying that in Venezuela, he is not the true leader, because the true leader was actually the opposition candidate. And so you had Edmundo Gonzalez Urita. I'm not sure if that's how you say his name, but that guy is the one that actually won the election. You also have the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado. And she is also part of the mix. And a lot of people are asking, why is she not in charge? Now, obviously, and I've mentioned this a couple of times during the show, you had Maduro, who had a couple of years of eased sanctions, and he didn't. And I remember at the time talking about this, and I said, why in the world is Biden making it easier again for one of our enemies, again, Maduro? Why is he making the lives of one of our enemies easier by easing those sanctions, just like he did with Iran? And Maduro was stronger coming into that election because of those eased sanctions. And then he didn't follow through on the free and fair elections. He lost the election, yet he stayed in power. So that is also part of, where, of course, Biden plays into this whole thing. And, his fingerprints are all over the corruption of Nicolas Maduro and the fact that, weakness breeds corruption. And that is exactly what we saw in Venezuela. So Donald Trump, peace through strength. That's a big part of this conversation as well. I will say this. I did not like how President Trump, he kind of, I don't know, you were watching along with me, Joan, when Trump said about Maria Corina Machado, that he didn't feel like she had the support or the respect inside Venezuela.
Or even the Venezuelan military, which you kind of need there. Yeah.
So I don't know. I thought that was a misplay on Trump's part. I'm just going to say, because he could have said that a nicer way. Basically, he dismissed Maria Corina Machado. And I think that she is an advocate of Donald Trump's. She's very happy for what he did. She is an opposition leader there in Venezuela. And so hopefully there is a place for her somewhere, because she is very popular in Venezuela. So there's a lot to work out. Right now, you've got Maduro's vice president, apparently, who is in charge of the country. And there's been some back and forth about, whether or not he's going to play nice with the Trump administration. But as President Trump said a couple of different times, there may be, could be, might be a second wave if we need to. And that was obviously a message to the remnants of Maduro's administration, because they're all still there and in power. So there's going to be some sort of a transition that they're going to have to do in Venezuela as well. They're all working that out now. We've got Maduro and his wife. They are now, I guess they've arrived at the New York City court for their arraignment. So we'll keep you updated on all the latest right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A man has allegedly broken into the Ohio home of Vice President J.D. Vance. Local media outlets there saying several windows at the house have been destroyed, and Secret Service agents have taken an adult male into custody. Now, that suspect was seen trying to run away, but he was easily captured. This happened shortly after midnight. The vice president and his family had already gone back to Washington, D.C. They were not at the home in Cincinnati at the time of the break-in. Police have not released a motive for the break-in, nor have they ID'd the man who was captured. A press conference has been called in Minnesota today where it is expected that Tim Walz will drop out of his re-election bid for Minnesota governor amid the revelations of Somali daycare and healthcare fraud in that state. State officials are being tight-lipped, but online reports say the state's current Democrat Senator, Amy Klobuchar, will replace Walz and become the Democrat candidate for governor. And this rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner can you see? Got mixed reviews at Saturday's game at the San Francisco 49ers and Seattle Seahawks. Her name is Cassandra DeFrucio, and she lives in Nashville.
All right, so I'm not a singer, Joan.
Yeah?
What am I missing?
You're missing the fact that she's not an American. She's actually Canadian.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting.
And a lot of people were commenting online that it was kind of weird that she got the singing role and not an American.
Okay.
Okay, that's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Dan Mandis here for my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, this is my HVAC company for all things comfort. Now, they've been helping me with my heating and air for over a decade now, and a couple of homes. They installed new systems for me. They've repaired old ones as well. This is a great company, and I love our partnership. Now, they saved me time, money, and comfort. They can help you, too, here in 2026. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They've got some great deals to keep you warm and worry-free on HVAC. Get 0% financing for 18 months, a complimentary UV light with any new unit install, and a free 5-year labor upgrade. That is a $750 value. Plumbing, they've got the same 0% financing plus a free 50-gallon water heater with select repipes, a $600 off if not applicable, and save $600 on a Halo filtration and softener combo. Indoor air quality, take 15% off UV lights when you book a premium cleaning. Check them out online, busybeehvac.com, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com. Busy Bee, your comfort, our mission. Dan Mandis here. I want to tell you about my buddy Dr. Horn and all the vision pros at Vision for Life. Now, I keep seeing over and over again in Dr. Horn's reviews at Vision for Life, it's his patients saying, I shouldn't have waited. Now, that's one of the first things that I said. I waited for a long time to get my vision correction surgery. And I finally did it, and I'm telling you, I should have done it 10, 15 years ago. You know, before my lens replacement surgery, I dealt with the constant hassle of glasses and contacts. Reading, driving, working, everything felt harder than it needed to be. Now, these days, I can see clearly at every distance, and it's honestly changed my day-to-day life. So when I read reviews and all these reviews from these patients saying the same thing, I wish I'd done it sooner, it really does hit home because that was me too. So check them out online. Visionforlife.com, 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Find them online anytime. Visionforlife.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out.
Okay, in Donaldson, on Donaldson Pike at Lebanon Pike, there is an accident this morning. Police are also on the scene of an accident on 840 eastbound lanes in Burwood. It's at Carter's Creek Pike, and that exit there is exit 23. Things are looking slow as usual on 24 this morning, heading westbound into the city. Looking good, however, coming from 65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, I'm off my game today.
Oh, really?
Well, number one, I botched the Busy Bee spot. But number two...
There's a make good coming.
There's a make good coming. Don't worry, guys. There's a make good coming. But number two, we should have done a Daily Dan poll.
Oh, yeah? We haven't done one?
No. So let's very quickly go watch us on YouTube. People making fun of my hat again. But go to YouTube. And the Daily Dan poll, bottom line is this. Are you for or against us arresting Maduro as we did? So, that bottom line. Don't want to get too complicated. This is, though, a complicated issue. That's why I've got a guy that helps us figure these things out. Hans von Spakovsky is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Hans, always great to have you on. You are, of course, a huge constitutional authority, legal expert, and guy that I always like to call upon to help us figure things out. So one of the things that I thought was interesting, you had George Stephanopoulos really trying to drill Marco Rubio on the legal authority to, and I'm going to air quote this, but to take over Venezuela. Tell me, what's your take on all of this legal authority?
Well, we're not taking over Venezuela. The key legal issue that all these Democrats are complaining about is two things, saying one, that the president didn't have the constitutional authority to send troops in to grab Maduro, and then second, that we're somehow violating Maduro's rights and that the criminal prosecution of him is improper. Well, sorry, but they're just 100% wrong. And this has all already been litigated in the courts. It's actually kind of funny. December 20th, 1989 is when George H.W. Bush sent troops into Panama to grab Manuel Noriega almost 37 years ago, almost to the day. And Noriega, there was a pending criminal indictment against him for drug trafficking, exactly like the pending criminal indictment in this case that's been out there since 2020, and what the U.S. court said was the U.S. and the president has the power to go into Panama to seize this criminal defendant. It didn't violate his due process rights, and he was convicted and basically died in prison in the U.S. So all this has already been legally settled.
I think there, and I think you and I have spoken about this before, but there's just this reflexive reaction from the Democrats where, they will side with anything opposite of Donald Trump, and it appears that they're going to do this again with this situation. We are seeing celebrations in Venezuela. We're seeing celebrations amongst the Venezuelan community here in America as well. You're right, though. It does seem like this has already been litigated, not to mention the fact that, and I was talking about this before the break, but, we've had sanctions against this guy for quite some time, and Joe Biden came in and he eased up the sanctions so that there would be free and fair elections in Venezuela. And Maduro didn't keep up his end of the bargain. And so there's a lot of reasons why we did what we did.
Well, yeah, but folks should pull up. They can Google it and find it. Read the criminal indictment of this guy. He was the head of what's called the Cartel of the Suns.
Yes.
A Venezuelan drug trafficking cartel. that was exporting, I think the estimates are between 200 and 250 tons of cocaine per year, shipping it to the U.S. He was getting a lot of it from FARC, the communist Marxist guerrilla outfit in Colombia. And what else was he doing? Supplying them with military-grade weapons. He is an evil, dirty guy, and any Democrat out there defending him, they have something wrong with them.
They do. And, you know, I think you and I may have spoken about this before, but when President Trump, I think it was back in November, when he designated Cartel of the Sun as a designated terrorist organization, this really didn't come as any surprise, right?
No, even the UN has basically recognized that Maduro is part of a narco-terrorist organization. And again, anyone who, I mean, it's not just the Noriega case that raised all these issues and threw them out, but look, back in 1992, the U.S. Supreme Court issued a decision in a case in which U.S. government agents went into Mexico secretly and grabbed a drug cartel member there who had kidnapped and killed an American DEA agent. What did the U.S. Supreme Court say? There was absolutely nothing illegal about the federal government doing that. So again, anyone who claims there's some kind of illegality going on here is just wrong.
One of the things that I found interesting about this whole thing is the discussion of the Monroe Doctrine. So, yeah, I mean, you're the legal expert, so I'll let you explain it. But it looks like what President Trump is doing is it's his own slant on the Monroe Doctrine, calling it, I guess, the Donroe Doctrine. But talk about your take on that.
Well, you know, James Monroe put in a policy that he said that the United States was not going to allow foreign powers. He in particular was at that time thinking about European powers interfering in North and South America. Here, you know, not only was the head of Venezuela basically a combination terrorist and drug dealer, but you know he was paying the Cuban government with oil shipments to apparently supply him with 15,000 Cuban troops, basically a mercenary force to suppress, kill, torture, and arrest anyone in Venezuela who was opposed to him. And again, I'm just astonished at anyone who thinks that there was something wrong with doing all of this. You know, he's now going to face trial in New York, where that criminal indictment's been pending for more than 5 years. And thank goodness the suppressed citizens of Venezuela, I mean, as you said, they're celebrating in the streets that this horrible dictator is gone.
You know, not helping matters any, just from a geopolitical standpoint, is the fact that, you know, I'm calling it playing footsie with our enemies, but ultimately they're working with China, working with Russia,
right,
and Iran as well. And so, you know, with us working within Venezuela to make Venezuela a stronger nation by fixing their infrastructure so that they can, you know, get more oil out of the ground. I mean, the opportunity in Venezuela seems to be huge because with Maduro out of the way, you've got Chevron and other oil companies as well that can go in there and start drilling for that oil. And that's going to make Venezuela stronger and more of an ally to us because now they're going to see riches that they haven't known in years, I assume.
Well, yeah, Venezuela used to have one of the highest standards of living in the Americas, in the South Americas. And Maduro turned the country into an economic basket case because he was so corrupt. So again, all of this is not only good for the United States, but it's good for the people of that country. And again, I think any American who sides with Maduro needs to get their head examined. Again, I would urge people, read the criminal indictment of this evil dictator, and you'll see the kind of horrible things that he's been doing.
Well, one of the things, and Iran has a lot of problems right now. You've got the people rising up against the government. So this comes, Iran is already crippled. They've got a lot going on there right now. I thought it was interesting. China was in Venezuela when this whole thing happened. I guess they just had a meeting or getting ready to have more meetings, whatever it was. But China was there. This is a big meeting. This is a big message to our adversaries like China, North Korea, Iran, as well as Russia.
Yeah, and particularly, folks, remember, again, Venezuela and Maduro have been producing huge amounts of cocaine, frankly, in an effort to flood the United States with that drug. China has been doing the same thing with fentanyl.
Yep.
Fentanyl is one of the biggest killers. Something like 90% of the chemicals produced that you need to make fentanyl, all are made where? China. And what does China do with them? They ship them to Mexico. They ship them and sell them to the big drug cartels in Mexico. The only purpose of that is to flood the United States with that poisonous drug. So it's no surprise that the Chinese are also in Venezuela, who's basically engaged in the same kind of activities. And so this is, a big blow to them, too.
I'm not sure. Moving on to, let me ask you one more question. Do you have any just general predictions as to what's going to happen in Venezuela? Right now, we've got the remnants of the Maduro administration sort of running things, and we'll see how that goes. Do you have any predictions as to how this is going to turn out in the long run? Because oftentimes in the first couple of days of this kind of a thing happening, you look at the celebrations, but then, stuff starts to unravel. So we don't really know if these kinds of operations have legs long term. Do you have any predictions as to what's going to happen?
No, a lot of it, I think, is going to depend on, remember, as we were talking, the Cubans had provided the mercenary force that was helping to keep Maduro in power.
Yep.
If those Cubans remain there, they may try to swing another puppet dictator into force there. So I think things are too much up in the air at the moment to determine whether we're actually going to be able to restore, frankly, democracy in that country.
You know what? That military operation that we executed was amazing. So hopefully, and Trump talked about a second wave. He made mention of it a number of different times. Basically, to me, that was a message to anybody that might want to try to rise up against, America as we're trying to make Venezuela better. That seemed to be a message to them. Mess around and find out. All right, real quick. Tim Walz, governor, looks like he is going to be bowing out of his reelection campaign in Minnesota. And I know you're very familiar with what's going on with the Somali fraud in Minnesota. Do you have any thoughts as to what's going on there?
He should bow out. He's an embarrassment to the state of Minnesota, and his actions and misbehavior have cost the state of Minnesota and, frankly, the American taxpayer huge amounts of money in what may turn out to be the largest defrauding of government funds in the history of the United States. And Walz can be held directly responsible for not detecting it and not doing anything about it.
Do you think it's possible that he may end up in jail? Do you think that's a remote possibility?
Look, so far there's no evidence, I think, that would land him or give him a criminal indictment. But there's clear evidence from whistleblowers inside the government that he was told about this and not only refused to do anything about it, but retaliated. He and his aides and others retaliated against those whistleblowers. Now, why would they do that? One, because it would be a political embarrassment if it became public, but two, because the Somali community has become a huge voting bloc inside that state.
Yep. Can't win Minnesota without winning the Somali community, and that's part of that whole dynamic. Hans, always great to have you on. I just followed you on X, so if people want to follow you on X, it is your name, Hans von Spakovsky. If you can't spell it, find me, and you can find him on my list of folks that I follow. And appreciate you being on with us, Hans.
Sure, thanks for having me.
All right, we'll see you next time. 7:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan's got the news at 8. Joan.
Yeah, Nicolas Maduro and his wife are now at the federal courthouse in New York, where they will answer to a judge today. And if Congress members have questions about what happened in Venezuela, they'll get some answers tonight. Those stories at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mendes here for my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. I've been telling you for years about these folks. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company. They have helped me several times with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. Now, I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers. Listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says at USS they were highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own, and he does give United Structural Systems 5 stars all the way. Now, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you won't pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. And yes, they can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. I would love to go, but I've got an hour left. Thankfully, though, we've got the voice of reason coming up. Brian Wilson is going to join us at 8:06. We're going to talk about his take on what is going on with Venezuela. And Joan, I've got to admit something, and I'm embarrassed.
Uh-oh. What'd you do now?
I'm embarrassed that I have to admit this. I've been mispronouncing something for a long time, and I had no idea. It's not Stephanopoulos. It's Stupidopoulos.
Or Snuffleupagus. Whatever you want.
That too.
Yeah.
Stupidopoulos. You see what I did there? Whatever. See, I thought that was fun. That was Bill. Okay, you know what? If that wasn't funny, that was Bill's fault. Because he's the one that sent me the joke.
Yeah.
And of course, I tried to steal his joke. Stupidopoulos. I like it though. You know what? Do you think I should try that joke on Brian? Do you think Brian would laugh at that joke?
No.
Probably not.
No.
I asked him to get up early this morning after 2 weeks of filling in for me. He's probably not in a good mood. He's probably a little grouchy. It's like, I've been getting up early for you for 2 weeks, man. Just now you want me to do a radio hit at 8 in the morning? Come on, man. Anyway, so Brian's going to join us coming up at 8:06 here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. A great hit with Hans von Spakovsky. We spoke to Tim Burchett, Congressman Tim Burchett, earlier today as well. I feel like, which story do you think is more interesting, Joan? The Tim Walz story? Because I'm going to ask Brian about that, too. The Tim Walz story or the Maduro story?
Well, the Tim Walz story is kind of new, so maybe that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. By the way, real quick, we did the Daily Dan poll on YouTube. Where is the WTN Nation at on whether or not we were justified in going in and arresting Maduro?
Are you for or against going into Venezuela? 89% for.
89% for. By the way, people are asking me about voting machines, and did this have anything to do with the voting machines? Apparently, Joan, have you heard this theory? Where the Trump administration going into Venezuela because something about voting machines?
Ooh, no, I have not heard this.
Yeah, I have. I don't know. There's enough reasons to go in and arrest Maduro. I don't know about the voting machine angle of it, but people are saying, well this guy and that guy said that it's about the voting machines. Okay, I don't know. So communism, oil, crimes.
There's enough.
Brutal
honestly.
Dictator,
yeah.
Voting machines. Friends, pick one. It is 8 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We are at 32 degrees now. We've got some clouds, but there is a warm up on the way. Stick around for the forecast coming up right after the news. The transfer has now been made. Nicolas Maduro and his wife were taken from what's described as a hellhole jail in Brooklyn into a helicopter, which brought the pair to Manhattan, and they have now arrived at the federal courthouse where they'll likely plead not guilty today and be ordered held without bail. It's just the first step in a long process that could end with what amounts to life in prison. Meantime, Congress will get a briefing about what's happening in Venezuela tonight.
The National Security Team will brief members of Congress tonight. This week, Senate Democrats are expected to offer a resolution under the War Powers Act, likely aiming to prevent future use of the U.S. military in Venezuela. But last month, similar measures failed in both houses prior to Maduro's arrest. President Trump has said he's not afraid to put boots on the ground in Venezuela to secure the world's largest oil reserves.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy reporting. In Wisconsin, an activist judge has resigned her post after being convicted for escorting an illegal alien out the back door of her courtroom to avoid ICE agents and then lying about it.
Milwaukee Circuit Court Judge Hannah Dugan was convicted last month of obstructing federal immigration agents who were seeking to make an arrest outside of her courtroom. She has now resigned, writing Governor Tony Evers that while the legal proceedings are, quote, far from concluded, they present what she called immense and complex challenges that threaten the independence of the judiciary. State Republicans had been making plans to impeach Dugan, who faces up to 5 years in prison.
That's ABC's Brian Clark. A teenager was shot in the head in a hunting accident in Kentucky over the weekend. Christian County Sheriff's deputies say it happened after a gun was accidentally fired. The 17-year-old transported to a Hopkinsville hospital. He did not survive. And a man accused of a hit and run involving a house has now been arrested. Kevin Nash of Springfield has been charged with driving his car into the garage of a home which is no longer structurally sound. Nash is being charged with leaving the scene of a crash and driving on a revoked license, among other things. That crash happened just after 6 o'clock last night at Indian Ridge Boulevard in White House. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We've got stock futures pointing up with the Dow futures up 14, NASDAQ futures gaining 180, and the S&P futures are up 20 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, got a crash in East Nashville on Ellington Parkway, the southbound side before Hart Lane, and the right shoulder is blocked off by a Donaldson Pike at Lebanon Pike. That's another scene of a crash. Westbound on 24 past Medical Center Parkway. They're saying the right shoulder is blocked off by a crash in that spot, too. And you've got your normal volume delays in all the usual places. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in, and welcome on in to Brian Wilson. Brian, thank you very much for filling in for me the last, week and a half or so?
Yeah, it was great. I enjoyed doing it, Dan. Never a problem.
Hey, Joan.
Yeah.
I don't think he's telling the truth.
No, I enjoy doing it.
Did you?
It's good.
He seemed like he did.
Yeah, I have so many things that, go on in the world. Just because I'm semi-retired, I still have a lot of things that I want to say. And my bulldog gets real tired of hearing me rant. So it's good to be, to get a microphone and to be able to, say the things that I've been saying here to the bulldog.
Brian, can I ask, and we promise to tell the truth on this next question.
Okay.
Does your wife do what my wife does when I start monologuing? Does her eyes just start glazing over? Because that's what Amy does.
No, she generally is pretty much in lockstep with the way I see things. And one of the things that I have is a wife who is truly interested in what's going on in the world around her.
Amy is too, but apparently I tend to go on a little long. See, in monologues, Brian, as you know, we have like 15 minutes to fill. Amy gets her fill of me in like 2.
Yeah, well,
so that's a problem.
I don't, I give her the Reader's Digest version.
Maybe that's what I need to do, Brian. See, I got marital advice from Brian Wilson. All right, let's talk business. So just give me your first blush thoughts on Venezuela.
I got so much that I need to unpack here. Bear with me for just a moment. First of all, surgical strike, remarkable work by Delta Force and our military. Yep. It shows that we are the preeminent military force in the planet. The Venezuelans, largely their military equipment comes from Russia, and we slice through it like a hot knife through butter. I mean, it was just amazing how effective it was and how quick it was. I found it interesting that the president said they were prepared to come in with a second wave, a bigger wave if necessary, but didn't find it necessary. That says to me that the Venezuelan military decided they're going to stay in the barracks on this.
Well, I think that second wave comment was also basically a message as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's like, we're
not done. We're still there.
We got more. You guys want more? Just, try to resist.
Just, come on out of those barracks. So I think that the military is going to stay out of this, the Venezuelan military. So there's that. I mean, it's just a remarkable, remarkable thing. I am absolutely apoplectic about the Democrats. I mean, listen to Chuck Schumer in 2020.
Yes. And the president brags about his Venezuela policy? Give us a break. He hasn't brought an end to the Maduro regime. The Maduro regime is more powerful today and more entrenched today than it was when the president began.
All right, so he said, why aren't you doing anything about Maduro? So in Trump 2, when he takes care of Maduro, this is what he said this weekend.
Let me be clear. Maduro is an illegitimate dictator, but launching military action without congressional authorization, without a credible plan for what comes next is reckless.
Well, so we want you to get Maduro, but now that you did it, we're going to criticize you. That this is the game they play. If Democrats are in office and they carry out a strike like Obama did on many occasions, like Biden did, well, then the Republicans say, well, you didn't tell Congress, War Powers Act, blah 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 blah. And if it's the Republicans that are in office, it's the reverse. And it's just a stupid game they play in Washington. Let me tell you something. There are many real smart people who look at the War Powers Act and believe that it's unconstitutional, but they never test it before the courts.
Right.
It is a game that is always played, and I'm sick and tired of this nonsense of invoking the War Powers Act every time a president takes action. Other presidents have done it.
Can I, though? I want to tap into your history. So you covered, I forget, which presidents did you cover?
Well, I covered
Clinton.
Well, I covered Clinton mostly. I covered W. I covered HW.
Okay. So we all know about Trump opposition syndrome and Trump derangement syndrome. Way back then, did Democrats still do, and Republicans, did they still do this nonsense even back then, where it was like there's an obvious reason why we did what we did, whatever it was back, when you were in Washington, D.C. Did the opposing party do this then?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so this has always been a thing.
It's been a thing that goes, and I've seen these War Power Acts debates come and go, and nothing ever happens. Look, I don't think, first of all, if Schumer's going to bring up the War Powers Act, he's got to get it passed by the House. It's got to go through the Senate, and I don't think that's going to happen. Listen to this. This is from Axios this morning, talking to centrist Democrats off the record. Here's one that said, Maduro is bad, glad he's gone, you can't have it both ways. Another vulnerable Democrat told Axios in a phone interview, as Democrats, we can't just condemn what happened. I wish the Democrat Party would be a little more measured on this. Yep. A third, I think it looks weak. A third centrist House Democrat said, if you don't acknowledge when there is a win for our country, then you lose all credibility. Well, that's centrist Democrats. The Republicans will be in lockstep with the president. There are going to be some centrist Democrats who go along with them at all. Fetterman in the Senate for one. Yep. You may lose Rand Paul. You may lose Thomas Massey. But the bottom line is they don't have the votes to invoke the War Powers Act. And it's nonsense. I wish they would, because I would like to see it taken to the Supreme Court. And let's finally decide once and for all whether the War Powers Act is real or not. All of that is just nonsense. It's just Trump derangement syndrome. Once again, I think the vast majority of Americans are going to be glad that we went in there and got Maduro. And I think that it's going to be an 80% position for the president, and the Democrats are going to be supporting a drug kingpin. It's nonsense. Let's stop this nonsense and just get on with business. Now, I am a little concerned. I have a little heartburn over the idea of nation building. Mm-hmm. What was the old Colin Powell thing? If you break it, you buy it. And I'm a little concerned about that when I heard the president says we're gonna run Venezuela. But I'm seeing today a number of stories that suggest we're not physically going to put Americans in charge of Venezuela. Right. But we have the military still there, and we are in control of the oil. No oil's going out of that country as long as we're there. And so what I think they're saying is now that here's a line from a CNN piece that I read. A clearer picture that began emerging Saturday of what Trump meant when he claimed in his news conference that we would run Venezuela was essentially one in which the U.S., listen to this, relies on the massive armada floating offshore to ensure whoever is in charge does what the Trump administration wants. Right. So they're going to put the pressure on and make sure, you can rebuild it. We're going to help you with your oil, by the way. And by the way, that oil, all that oil, everybody's screaming, well, it's all about oil. You know what? That oil was developed by American oil companies and stolen from them by the Maduro regime. They have a right to go back in there and reclaim what they developed, and they can do it in short order, and they'll get the economy back up and running. And this could be a really good thing for Venezuela in the long term.
That's the whole point. Is like, okay, so if you want to scream no blood for oil, whatever, but the reality is that Donald Trump and these oil companies are going to make an investment in Venezuela. They're going to go in, they're going to fix all that infrastructure, then they're going to start drilling. And that is good for everybody. I mean, people in Venezuela are going to start working. They're going to be able to buy stuff in the stores, food, water, the whole thing.
I mean, here's a quick fix. I would predict this. Our strategic reserves were just obliterated by the Biden administration, trying to artificially keep down the price of oil when it was skyrocketing. They basically, emptied the strategic reserve. We could take the oil from Venezuela and use it to fill back up our strategic reserve, which we got the money sitting around because, when you sell it, you get a big pile of money. That same pile of money could be used to buy oil from Venezuela, fill back up our strategic reserve. That's good for us. It's good for Venezuela. And you immediately inject some money into that country that desperately needs it.
One of the things that is coming out is that there were apparently 32 Cuban nationals that were killed during the operation in Venezuela. You know that the president, I think last night, he's been talking about Cuba an awful lot as well. Do you predict that Trump is going to try to do anything with Cuba? And by the way, Cuba has some oil, too.
I don't know. I don't know. Again, I want to study that a bit more. But Cuba is in bad shape right now. And you know, the security forces around Maduro were Cuban.
Yep.
And so, you know, once again, they weren't very effective in keeping
Clearly not.
The Delta Force away.
Hey, guys.
So they weren't much.
Yes, Joan.
I have an announcement to make.
What's that?
This is a breaking news update on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz said he is ending his re-election bid. He will not seek a third term. He released a press release today. He cited heightened attention on fraud allegations in Minnesota, adding in his release that the political gamesmanship we're seeing from Republicans is only making that fight harder to win.
We called it, Joan. Didn't we? He was going to blame the Republicans.
Yes. So that's it. Now, we're not even going to wait for that presser, although I think in the presser we're going to hear who, and assuming that that's Amy Klobuchar, is going to take his place on the ticket.
So, yeah, I mean, thank you, Joan.
Yep.
Not real shocking, Brian. I don't know. Are you surprised?
No, I mean, I think Tim Walz is looking at as if he's pretty much the buffoon we all thought he was. And look, there's a lot of questions about what's going on in Minnesota, and I think he sees the writing on the wall that it's only going to get worse as they dig deeper and deeper and deeper to the fraud, corruption, and abuse that he turned a blind eye to. And
they shut down the whistleblowers.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, I'd asked Hans von Spakovsky, I had him on earlier, if he actually thought that Walz would, ultimately end up face some sort of charges or whatever. And he didn't think that there would be any charges filed against him. He didn't seem to think that, from the information that we know right now, that you could actually charge Walz with any crime, although people are screaming, take him off in handcuffs. I don't know what those charges would be. But the interesting thing is you had people within Minnesota and the Democrat Party in Minnesota tell the DNC, this is not the guy you want to run with Kamala Harris because of all of this Somali fraud, and they did it anyway, which I thought is interesting.
Yeah, listen, it was a horrible choice. And, when you look at somebody who wants to be president, the first decision they make is who's going to be their running mate.
Yep.
And that tells you a little bit about their judgment. And in this particular case, Kamala Harris's judgment was sorely lacking, and he just turned out to be such a goof that nobody took him seriously. I'm not surprised because I think this is really going to blow back on his administration, and even if he doesn't face any criminal charges, I think you have to make the case that he knew what was going on and he just turned a blind eye to it.
Yeah. I think my own personal opinion, he knew it was going on. The Attorney General knew it was going on. Ilhan Omar, clearly. Everybody knew it was going on.
We needed those votes. That's all.
But they needed that. You can't win Minnesota without Minneapolis. You can't win Minneapolis without the Somalis.
Somalian vote. That's right.
There you go. Any predictions? Because one of the things I said to Hans von Spakovsky is, you know what? Sometimes it looks good the first, couple of days, weeks, maybe even months when something like this happens, going back to Venezuela. Right. But then sometimes things tend to unravel. I think that because this is in our hemisphere, this is like, as Marco Rubio and Donald Trump both said, this is essentially in our backyard. So it's not really the same thing as, Iraq and Afghanistan.
I love the fact that the Venezuelans took to the street in celebration, not in, I mean, there were some minor protests, but by far the larger thing that you saw were Venezuelans thrilled. Now, the real key here is to make sure in the short term that you do something that reassures the Venezuelan people that there is going to be a change in the way things operate. Look, many people don't know this, but Venezuela has more oil reserves than any other country in the world. When you think oil reserves, you think Middle East. Venezuela blows them away. They've got oil. There is no reason why this can't be a prosperous country. This could be Qatar talking economically, in that part of the world, and the people can prosper. But you've got to have a government that's not corrupt, and it has always been the problem down there is that the strong men and the corrupt politicians run the place, and they just steal from the people. You got to do something to reassure the people there and keep them hopeful that real change is coming. I don't know quite how it's going to unfold, but I'm willing, even though I'm not big on nation building, I'm willing to give the president a little room to run here, because how many times have we underestimated Trump?
Right.
I mean, he says he's going to do something and he does it, and it works. So I'm going to give him some running room here, but I'm telling you, it is. When you hear them talk about War Powers Act, I'm talking about the Democrats.
Right.
Just ignore it. It's
it's
just
so funny,
noise.
Brian?
It's sound and fury that signifies nothing.
I actually barely mentioned it this morning. I think I said basically the idiot's going to scream about the War Powers Act. That is just noise, and I'm not even, I didn't really bother with it too much, but I think there's a lot of fascinating angles here, and you're right about the oil, and I think that you're also right about the nation building, and, how is Donald Trump going to do this so that it really looks like it's the Venezuelan people that are making the decisions. I think one of the first things they need to do is hold an election. And they had an election, and Maduro stepped in.
Quick, I would think.
Yep.
Yeah. Can I quickly just mention Mondami? His opening statement the other day about the warmth of collectivism. We're going to replace frigid, rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. Let me just give you what that really means. It is redistribution of wealth. That's all he's talking about, and it infuriates me because this is what they will always do. We're going to take from the rich, we're going to give to the poor, and you know what? The rich earned their money.
Oh, absolutely.
And what I'm saying, we're not in America. We're not. We've always had an economic system that says, look, there's not necessarily going to be an equal outcome, but there's always going to be an equal opportunity. And those who take advantage of the opportunity and find a success should not be penalized by those who choose not to work hard, not to apply themselves, not to make good decisions, and end up poor. I'm sorry that you made those bad decisions, but it's not my responsibility to prop you up. I don't want people to starve, don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, it is wrong to say that success should be penalized. What's the incentive to go out and do things?
Yeah. By the way, here's that audio bite.
We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism.
What an idiot! And not surprising, Brian. He actually called the White House to register a complaint that Donald Trump arrested Maduro. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah. Listen, this is gonna be a disaster in New York City. It is really gonna be bad. It's gonna get a lot worse before it gets better.
Pop the popcorn.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Brian. As always,
My
we'll
pleasure.
talk to you again soon. It is 8:25. Went long, but always worth it with Brian Wilson. And let's see here. What are we going to do? Joan's got the news at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, it has already been announced by Tim Walz that he will not seek re-election anymore. We've got the latest on what his press conference is likely going to say later on this morning, coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:25. Dan Mandis here. Now, if you need to save money on insurance, check out my friends at King & Associates Insurance. Now, so many of my listeners have reached out, let me know that they have been able to save and save big with King & Associates. Now, one guy that I know, his 16-year-old daughter got into a car accident. They still saved him thousands of dollars when the time came for new insurance. You know why? Because at King & Associates, they know that life happens. And as independent agents, they can find the best deal for you and your family. They're going to weed out the non-competitive companies and find the best options for you, and keeping the communication flawless. And by the way, that coworker that I was telling you about, that friend of mine, he actually figured out that his old insurance agent was overcharging him for years. So you need to make the switch to King & Associates. You owe it to yourself to make that phone call. Tell him Dan told you to reach out. 615-321-8121. 615-321-8121. Find him online, tkinginsurance.com.
Good morning. It is now 8:31, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Stick around for the forecast coming up. The press conference is scheduled, but the announcement already made. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has announced in a press release that he'll end his bid for re-election amid mounting pressure over a $9 billion scandal involving fake daycares and healthcare businesses in his state. The question becomes now, who jumps into that race for the Democratic nomination? Axios says U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar, Attorney General Keith Ellison, and the Secretary of State, Steve Simon, are all seen as possible candidates. We'll know more at a press conference scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning. Chris Hand will air that press conference live here on Super Talk 99.7. NBC is reporting that the leaders of Denmark and Greenland are in full crisis mode after comments made by President Trump over the weekend.
Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, Denmark's prime minister has said there's already a defense agreement which gives the U.S. wide access to Greenland. Trump has long advocated for control over the country. The Coast Guard has now suspended its search for a 77-year-old woman who went overboard on a cruise ship near Cuba on New Year's Day. She was aboard a Holland America ship when she went overboard. There are no details so far about how she ended up in the water. The search for her spanned 690 square miles over the course of 8 hours. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Stocks begin trading here on the plus side. In fact, the Dow Jones Industrials starting off 324 points higher. The Nasdaq is up 145. S&P 500 index plus 39 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. It is 8:33. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN, what do you get the person that has everything? Well, how about the gift of self-improvement? This is great. You know, my friends at Contours, they are extending, as they've extended their holiday special into the new year. So right now, Contours is offering both their Tennessee Famous Belly Buster special and a facial to battle those fine lines, both for just $150. That is a huge savings. A lot of people decided to buy this for their loved ones or themselves over the holiday season. So this is your opportunity. $150. You are going to get both the Tennessee Famous Belly Buster special and that facial, both $150. Now, both utilize that cutting-edge red light technology, as I like to say, cutting-edge and effective red light technology. Now, this red light therapy can help you lose inches across the middle and, again, those fine lines on your face. Get both right now, $150. You got to call this number. It'd be the first 10 callers, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Get that special price of $150, 615-236-9960, ContoursLLC.com.
Watch yourself on southbound 65 in the Brentwood area, just past Old Hickory Boulevard. You've got an accident that's stuck on the right shoulder. Woodbine 24 westbound at I-440. There's a crash in the Gore, and it's blocked off there at exit 53. Murfreesboro 24 westbound side past Medical Center Parkway. Another crash. That one is in the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.837, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning, Chris Hand.
Good morning, Dan Mandis, Joan Jones, Sam Rutherford. How's everybody doing?
Long time no see.
I know.
Boy. Hey, Joan.
Yeah.
Check out Super Talk TV. Kennedy made, I believe this is the first ever Mandis in the Morning mug.
She did.
Oh,
She
check
did.
you out.
Yeah, I think I've got a Dan Mandis Show mug, but I think this is the first one that says, Mandis in the morning.
You got to do it with the jingle.
I got to do it with the jingle.
We need a jingle.
I really do. And what I love about this mug is that fits Keurig size.
Oh, yeah.
So, and some throat coat inside.
She knew that if you didn't like the mug, you're addicted to the tea.
It's exactly right. So thank you. I love the way that looks. So thank you, Kennedy.
Very cool.
She did a good job. She got the cricket for Christmas.
Oh, that's right.
So she's been making T-shirts and bags. Like, so we did a big New Year's celebration, but she made all these T-shirts for all the kids that said 2026. It's been a lot of fun.
The cricket?
Yeah, it's called the cricket.
She taking orders?
She is.
All
What do you need? I told her to come up with something that says dust encrusted news closet.
Oh, I love it. Yes.
She literally told you about the cricket on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Can we do a sign that says dust encrusted and
and it could be like right over my shoulder?
Joan, do you
love
think
it.
do you think that hold on. Do you think the powers that be would get mad if we did that?
Yes. And I think that would be hysterical.
Not if it was on like neon with a pull chain or something. That'd be cool.
We'll put the logo on the bottom, too, the 99.7 logo.
There you go.
Therefore, it makes it legit.
I think we got to do it now.
That's a great idea that you had, Chris.
You're right.
And you know what? If you're, how old is Kennedy?
She is 12
so
now.
If it was Kennedy's 12-year-old project as a project of love for the newsroom, who is corporate to say that's a fireable offense?
Right.
By the way, I've got this President Predicto in front of me.
Presidento Predicto.
So this is something that Sam got as a Dirty Santa gift. So hey, you want to do see if we get the same answers that we did before?
Sure.
This is like Tom Hanks in Big when he was talking to the Zoltan.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
So I'll go first. So my question in the 5, I'm looking for consistency.
Okay.
From the president.
Did you turn it back on?
Well, I did.
Okay.
Thank you, Sam. Sam knows me so well. I've been a little bit out of sorts today. It's the first day back on the morning show. Will I still be with WTN at the end of 2026?
Whoa. It's spooky.
100%.
Oh,
yes!
Let's go, Dan.
That's the second time it said 100%, right?
No, the first time he just said basically yes.
All right, now do me. Will I be at WTN at the end of 2026?
Will Chris Hand be with WTN at the end of 2026?
Don't worry about it.
All right, don't worry about it.
All right, good.
All right,
Good.
very good.
Were you worried about it?
A little bit. I get nervous.
so you know,
I get
that's
nervous.
not-
I say some outlandish things.
I want to be clear, though, that that's not the 100% yes that
It's
I
not.
got.
It's, no. It's, don't stress.
We
Don't
work
worry.
in radio, so, could
Exactly
happen at
right.
any time.
Joan, remind me what your question was.
I did the same thing. Am I going to be here at the end of 2026?
Will Joan Jones be at WTN at the end of 2026?
I think it's certainly possible. I think it's probably unlikely.
So I want to be clear. I got 100%. Chris got don't worry about it, which is like you don't really know where he's going. And Joan, we're not exactly sure.
It's up in the air. I think it has to do with the sign she's going to be hanging up behind herself.
That's probably what it is.
Yeah.
All right, Sam, remind me what yours was.
Well, mine was going to be if I was done growing physically, but I guess I'll change it to will I still be here at the end of the year?
Yeah, I think you need to.
Will Sam still be here at the end of 2026?
I have no idea.
That's pretty standard for Amanda's producers.
I want to be clear that I was the only one that got 100%, which no doubt means that at the end of 2026, I'll be the first to go.
Yeah.
You guys will be here talking. What day was that? We got to pull that bit. Like the day after I get fired.
Happy New Year 2027.
Yeah. Happy New Year 2027. Anyway, moving right along.
That's hilarious.
By the way, so did you get the Kennedy's gift to you was sour
candy.
Sour candy.
Yes.
So when you got that, did my joke, watch this, Joan, did my joke make sense when you got the sour candy? Because when remember when Kennedy was in here, Joan, and I said, what did you get your dad for Christmas? And she wrote down on a piece of paper, sour candy. And I had the really awful joke, which was, oh, wow, your disposition is in the name of what you're getting for Christmas.
Yeah.
And nobody understood my joke. I don't even think Kennedy did. But I understood what I was trying to say. But did my joke then make sense?
This may shock you.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't think about you much on Christmas morning. This may come as a shock and awe.
Brutally honest.
How dare you?
But we weren't.
Whatever. You know what? I thought about all you guys on Christmas Day.
Come Christmas afternoon, you did re-enter the chat.
Yes, I did. Okay, very good.
Christmas morning, no.
Did you watch any, and Joan, we all can participate in this. Did you watch any of the New Year's Eve stuff either in New York or here in Nashville?
I did.
I watched a lot of the Nashville. I loved it.
Did you?
Was fun.
Who was the artist? Who was the artist? Because he was not good.
Hardy?
No, it wasn't Hardy. That was awkward as all get out between Hardy and the comedian.
Yeah.
But the guy that was like actually performing.
Bailey Zimmerman?
Yeah, not a fan.
You're not a fan of Bailey Zimmerman?
He makes music for guys that have big diesel trucks with really big rims and TTT tiny tires.
Yeah, I didn't.
And
I
nuts
didn't get
hanging
him
off
either.
of the trailer
Okay, so
hitch.
Bailey Zimmerman is a big time Christian.
Okay.
And I saw him open up for Morgan Wallen, and I actually like Bailey Zimmerman's music. But I'm talking about Hardy and
Bert Kreischer?
Bert Kreischer?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
I'll tell you what, though.
That was awful.
He's got one thing, and that's taking his shirt off.
But right as the ball's about to drop, that is the most awkward 4 minutes in all of media.
No, it's not. You know what the most awkward 4 minutes of media was? Me and Phil Valentine doing play-by-play on the eclipse on the roof. Oh, my goodness gracious. It was like, is this thing almost over yet? And, good Lord. But no, it was. And I actually said to Amy, because we were watching that, and it was Hardy and Bert Kreischer. I'd never heard of him. Amy says the guy's really funny.
No.
I said, they got to start like writing scripts or something. Because, I mean, you could tell they were like vamping.
Yeah, there was a producer behind the camera just doing the stretch motion as much as he could stretch.
It seemed like they had a routine that they were like, trying to round out the last 2 minutes with, and either Hardy was too drunk to play along or they had not rehearsed anything whatsoever, and it was awful.
Well, yeah. I mean,
did you see when they went to their mothers and the mothers were like talking and not paying any attention to them?
No.
The moms were in New York and they were supposed to be going to the moms for like, hey, here's what's happening in New York City. It's so exciting. And the moms were like looking away from the camera. They were talking to somebody else. They weren't even paying attention.
All right.
And then there was a lights out. Did you see that? When they lost power?
Yeah, there was a power loss.
Yeah.
I guess Hardy and Bert Kreischer sucked so bad they sucked all the power out of the. Listen, maybe what they were going for was the Anderson Cooper, Andy Dick. Is that
Andy
the guy's
Cohen?
name? Andy Cohen. So
I loved Lainey Wilson. She was terrific.
Lainey Wilson was awesome sauce, and so was Oh, Jiminy Crickets. Who is it? Redneck woman. Gretchen Wilson.
Yes, Gretchen Wilson.
Gretchen Wilson was over on ABC with Ryan Seacrest. Did you hear what happened with, what's his name?
Scott Van Pelt.
Scott Van Pelt.
I did. Scott Van Pelt almost had to join Fox Sports.
What happened?
So, same thing. I'm going to be honest. Same thing happened to me, right? So, and I've got this. Should I show it?
Yeah.
Should I show it?
Yes.
All right.
It's funny.
So,
it's one of the greatest recoveries in the history of broadcasting.
Ball drops in New York, right? And they're showing people kissing.
Yep.
Of course, they go to two dudes kissing.
Classic.
Of course.
Classic ABC Disney move.
Yeah.
Beards and everything.
So you can't tell me that this wasn't part of their script in the back.
Oh, of course it was. So then Van Pelt.
This is on ESPN.
Is this on ESPN? Okay,
Yes.
This is on ESPN. This is how it went. So.
Yeah, live makeouts on SportsCenter. Get into it. Oh, what do we got? We got love and
Oh, wow, bro.
Tony and Mike on kazoos. Who's having a good time? Happy New Year, everybody.
Oh, man.
Tony and Mike on kazoos. Is that wordplay for what the two dudes were doing?
Well, they're just kissing. I don't know.
Probably.
I don't know what that means, but kazoo. I don't know. Anyway, whatever.
Handling the kazoos.
But then people started moving right along, man.
You can blow on your kazoo. Don't blow on your friend's kazoo.
Okay, I want it noted that I was trying to move away from the whole thing, and Sam just jumped right in. So I saw that. I had the same reactions. Oh, come on, man.
What are we doing?
They're like 2 million. There's 2 million straight couples.
Yep.
But, they found the two making out guys, whatever.
Can we just say the Planet Fitness hats suck? Those things are ugly.
Were they wearing Planet Fitness hats?
Yeah, Planet Fitness is the sponsor of Times Square. It's like purple.
I'm sorry, but I am judging.
Yeah.
So, anyway,
I would
whatever.
judge.
So, but when he had a typical reaction, Scott Van Pelt, who I like Scott Van Pelt.
Okay.
Come on, man. Yeah, I mean, but whatever. So, but people started yelling at him, like
Why?
online.
Why?
Oh, they say, help me, Sam. They just basically homophobic.
Yeah.
It's just the whole stuff.
If you're you weren't expecting to see the two dudes
And
beard
the
to
thing is
beard.
that they go from like kind of a medium shot of the straight couple to an up and close, extreme close up of the gay guys.
Yeah.
It threw him off as he's about to go to air. Dan knows what that
Yeah. No,
entails.
it's like
when I drop a joke in your ear and then we come back live.
yes. Yeah, things like that. 4460 says, I'm going to be here through 2026 because Dan is the biggest suck up to management. You have no idea how not true that is.
Oh, man. They
You
don't know
have
what they're
no
talking about.
idea, 4460, how untrue that is.
Completely untrue.
It's exactly right. You want to suck up, it's Chris Hand. Isn't that right, Chris?
It is. It's true.
Yeah.
I
Chris Hand.
love our corporate overlords. They're some of the best people.
Anyway, moving right along. So it's been a rough morning for yours truly.
Yeah, why has it been so rough? Like you didn't. But you're the only guy that takes time off and then does a different job doing radio.
I know. I was talking in the 5 o'clock hour. I'm a radio nerd, so I went off and I did other shows in other places. I'm off because of the sleep schedule.
Okay.
So when I do red eye, my sleep schedule is in like 2 different chunks. It's just really weird.
You got it's chunky sleeping.
It's just chunky sleeping. That's exactly what it is. It's chunky sleeping. And so now I tried to go to bed at my usual like 5 o'clock, and I just couldn't get to sleep. It's a whole thing. So I gotta get back on schedule.
How much In-N-Out did you have over break?
Do you know what? We went to In-N-Out, and we only waited 30 minutes door to burger.
How about that?
Now is the time to go. We went on. Oh, what day was it that we went? I don't know. Amy said, we're going to In-N-Out. I said, are we? She said, yep. We're going. Riker liked In-N-Out.
Let's go.
You want to talk about a moral victory for me? Riker liked In-N-Out.
Huge win.
Huge win. It's exactly right.
I took Brooks was in here, my 8-year-old, on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, you guys left and went there, right?
We left and went to In-N-Out, and he had an animal-style fry, and he couldn't make it to the burger. He hit a wall.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah, and while we were waiting for the food, they have the hot peppers.
Yeah.
I said to him, now we have to do the hot pepper challenge, which I made up on the spot. And he said, what is the hot pepper challenge, Dad? I said, well, we're going to both eat hot peppers. We're going to see who can eat more. So we're eating these hot peppers, and this kid is chomping into them because he's fearless, and he has the seeds running down his cheeks.
Oh.
And he's burning. His face is turning red, and we didn't have a drink yet because we were waiting for our food.
Oh, no.
No.
We had gotten milkshakes, so we had to wait.
No.
Did you know that was going to happen?
I didn't know.
Wow. All right. But he liked.
He won.
He
he loved it. He loves it. Huge fan.
Well, very good. So that's good. So now all your children have liked In-N-Out.
Yep.
And so, all right, very good.
Every single one, except for Bishop, my 6-year-old. He gets a little bit upset. He yelled at me the other day. We brought home a burger for him.
Yeah.
And he said, "I didn't want the secret sauce." But do you know when he found out that the secret sauce was in the burger? He was about 2 bites left, and then he decided to get very upset with me.
The secret sauce is basically Thousand Island dressing.
Yeah, it's just Big Mac sauce.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I'm okay with secret sauce or ketchup. I'm okay either one. So there you go. Are you a secret sauce guy?
Oh, huge fan of the secret sauce.
Okay. Good.
As long as it's not on ESPN after midnight.
Followed by a reminder to get tested.
Oh, my God. Oh, you guys need to stop. Seriously, you guys need to stop.
I didn't do that.
That was an open court dunk. You just hit me with the assist.
Hold on. Will the four of us be called? Will the four of us be called into the general manager's office after the show?
I had nothing to do with this.
Hold on.
Not even a little bit. Not even 1%.
Perfect. Yeah, they don't listen.
They don't listen, so why would anybody call us anywhere?
Oh, yeah. Can I tell you something, Joan? The second we put up that sign, Dust Encrusted News Corner, they're going to find us.
They're gonna be watching.
All right, got to go. What do you got coming up?
Well, we're going to talk about the raid over the weekend. It was unbelievable, just a wild thing to wake up to. And then we'll also talk about Tim Walz. We're going to air the press conference live. And you know what's going to be different about us airing the press conference on 99.7 as opposed to what you might get on CNN or one of these highfalutin news networks?
What's that?
We're going to incorporate a lot more sad violin.
Are you going to do that?
We're gonna lay in the sad violin because everybody needs it.
Do you know what? Maybe you need a little ding every time he blames Trump or the Republicans.
Yes, we will. We'll get a Trump blame counter going.
Do you know what? We should take a
swig of coffee.
Take a swig of. Well, I was gonna say in honor of Venezuela, have Chris do some cocaine.
I'll do a bump. I'll do a bump every time Tim Walz blames Donald J. Trump. A bump for Trump.
We'll be peeling you off the ceiling, buddy.
Bump for Trump.
All right, Joan, what's coming up in the news?
Nicolas Maduro gets a change of scenery, and we'll tell you what sparked that fire at a Switzerland nightclub where 40 people died on New Year's Eve. Those stories and more at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:55. Dan Mandis here for Brentwood Jewelry. Oh, by the way, I got this watch from Brentwood Jewelry. From the little woman.
It's very nice.
It is nice and sparkly, isn't it? Now, this was a watch from a couple of years ago, but it was from Brentwood Jewelry. One of my favorite watches, as a matter of fact. Now, they're located at 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. They've been here for over 50 years, proudly serving the Brentwood community with exceptional style, exceptional deals every single day. Brentwood Jewelry, they are a family-owned and operated business spanning 3 generations. They're deeply rooted in the community, from Salem Service and Special Forces to his sons serving as local firefighters. The Imamali family is dedicated to giving back in a time that it is imperative. So check him out online, BrentwoodJewelry.com, BrentwoodJewelry.com. 8:56 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Loan Pronto. You know, the best financial move you can make this time of year is lowering your mortgage rate to 4.99% fixed APR. That is the lowest rate in years. How about getting up to $500,000 out of your home equity in the process? You can do it now by calling my friends at Loan Pronto. With their rapid equity loan, you can get a ton of cash, pay off all those high-interest credit cards, and skip up to 2 house payments as well. Now, one homeowner just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their credit cards and 2 car loans, and saved $2,100 every single month. Call them right now. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Find them online anytime, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. APR for well-qualified buyers. Visit nmlsconsumeraccess.org. $8:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Chris, a listener would like to know from the Super Text line, how much do we get paid every time we mention In-N-Out, 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 In-N-Out?
Do you know the funniest thing that happened? So when Brian was filling in for you, I was coming in, I'm doing the cross, I'm logging into everything like I normally do.
Yeah.
And somebody texted in, finally, a whole show without anybody mentioning In-N-Out Burger. As I read the text, I kind of smile. 10 seconds later, Brian starts talking about In-N-Out Burger. And then the same texter goes, oh, come on, man.
That is so funny. Well, Brian, you know, he is, I don't know if he's gone to get In-N-Out yet.
It's a shame.
You know, I've always secretly suspected he was a communist. So
a very tall commie.
A very tall communist. Well, they come in, you know, tall packages too. Communists do.
Communists come in all packages.
They absolutely do.
You two better stop.
That's a nasty one.
Yeah.
That's nasty.
Well, you know what? Brian is the only one here that hasn't gone to In-N-Out.
No, I have not gone to In-N-Out.
What is wrong with you, Joan? Are you a communist too?
I am a communist.
A short commie.
Oh, thank you, Chris.
Right away. There you go. Short Tommy, short commie, and tall commie.
Yep.
There you go.
Unbelievable.
Hey, on the way, we'll talk about the Venezuelan raid. I'll introduce you to the overweight, blue-haired women who captured Maduro.
Did you know, by the way, that there were they had Maduro mic'd up when he landed in New York? Joe, Did you hear this? You know what he said? Can I get some In-N-Out?
That's what he said.
That's what he said.
That's what he said.